Thank you, Mr Speaker. We regularly discuss opportunities for Scotland arising from the signing of trade deals. This government has already struck deals with more than 63 countries around the world, worth £217 billion a year, including Canada, Japan and Singapore, with many more to come. This will create new markets for Scotland's exporters.
For the first time in my life, Mr Speaker, we will be in control of our trade policy, which will allow us to strike ambitious trade deals, allowing us to level up all of our United Kingdom. So does the Minister agree with me that this will help benefit those exporters, particularly in the Scottish food and drink industries, who will be able to take advantage of new markets?
I fully agree with my honourable friend. The new free trade agreements we strike, like those we are currently negotiating with the US, Australia and New Zealand, on top of the ones we've already done, will grow our GDP, increase our trade with the rest of the world and create new opportunities for our exporters. This is particularly true for the Scottish food and drink sector.
Let's head to Scotland with the Shadow Secretary of State with the first of two questions. Ian Murray.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm very grateful. And it's Holocaust Memorial Day, as we've heard, and we should use this day to remember the horrors of the Holocaust by tonight lighting a candle in our windows at 8 p.m, as the Holocaust Memorial Trust has asked us to do. I'm sure the Secretary of State would join us in that. Also, I wonder if I may, Mr Speaker, just wish my Shadow Scotland Minister, the member for Ogmore, all the best. His wife is due a baby in the next 7 days. Mr Speaker, can I ask the Minister, one of the jewels in the crown of the Scottish economy is the Scotch whisky industry, and distillers are deeply angry that they continue to pay the price for a trade dispute not of their making with the United States. They are losing £38 million a month in trade with the imposition of tariffs. That's on top of the collapse of their markets due to COVID. No progress has been made. So can the Minister guarantee that the government is fully singing from the same hymn sheet to end tariffs on Scotch whisky?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. First of all, may I associate myself with the remarks on the Holocaust that the honourable gentleman has made. On whisky, I absolutely agree with him that this is a vital industry for Scotland's economy and the tariffs are hurting. Britain made a bold and generous offer unilaterally to the US to try and break the impasse that it has with the EU. Unfortunately, we were not able to secure a deal with President Trump before he left office, but I did speak to my right honourable friend, the International Trade Secretary, yesterday, and she has reassured me it is our top priority while engaging with the new Biden administration.
Returning to Ian Murray. Ian Murray.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The UK has taken all the tariffs off US products, but the tariffs are still on Scottish products. So I hope that they're able to resolve this soon. Trade deals, of course, with other countries won't make up for what we've lost from leaving the UK. And day after day, we see chaos at our ports, exporters being overwhelmed by paperwork, and the result is Scottish businesses are damaged. This government's lack of planning and no provision for services, matched with growing bureaucracy at our borders, is severely hampering our industries. Now, the Prime Minister said on Christmas Eve that the EU Brexit deal would mean, and I quote, no non-tariff barriers to trade. This is demonstrably false. So does the Minister want to take this opportunity to apologise to Scottish exporters who are completely hampered by the very non-tariff barriers to trade that the Prime Minister said didn't exist? And what are the government doing to resolve these issues today?
Well, firstly, on the US point, there was an impasse with the EU, and we decided it was the right move to take a unilateral offer to try and break that. And I say I really hope that the new Biden administration will engage positively with us on that. On his second point, I don't think it's fair to paint it as chaos and tailbacks at the ports. The traffic is flowing freely at most ports. There has been some short-term issues with paperwork. Any new system has some short-term bumps, but we are engaging directly with the exporters affected. We're providing compensation where necessary, and what we need is some confidence across all sectors.
Substantive question to the Minister.
First of all, I was sorry to hear that the honourable gentleman had contracted coronavirus round about Christmas, and I hope he's making a full and speedy recovery. I and other UK government ministers are in frequent contact with Scottish ministers on all aspects of the response to COVID, including the vaccination programme. The virus will be combated most effectively by the UK government and all the devolved administrations working together as closely as possible.
Let's head up to Chesterfield with Toby Perkins. Toby Perkins, oh, he's changed. Where's Toby gone? If not, what can we get? Right, what I've got is a substantive... Toby, come on in. Welcome back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for those kind words. I can assure him I'm in rude health. He will be aware that Scotland's over 80 population has been left more vulnerable than those in England due to far fewer being vaccinated. If the rate of over 80 vaccinations in Scotland were equivalent to that in England, 28,875 of the most elderly people in Scotland would now have been vaccinated. What steps can the Minister take to ensure that the Scottish Government get on with protecting the most vulnerable?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'm delighted that he's very much on the path to recovery. As my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, said a few moments ago, the supply of the vaccines is done equitably across all parts of the UK, but the administration of that is a matter for the Scottish Government. But we have already provided many practical measures to help combat COVID in Scotland, and we stand ready to supply any additional help that the Scottish Government may require.
Substantive question to the Minister again.
We regularly speak with ministerial colleagues and industry leaders on this matter. We are beginning a new chapter in our national story, one of great opportunity. This is an unparalleled chance for us to do things differently and better, increasing businesses' access to new markets and boosting our national prosperity.
Let's head to Scotland again with Martin Day. Martin Day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Scottish exporters need clarity and certainty on how long it will take the UK Government to resolve the calamitous situation that has been created at the UK-EU border. So my question to the Minister is, has anyone in the Scotland office worked out how long a piece of string is yet?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I repeat to the honourable gentleman the reply I gave a few moments ago, that we are engaging directly and providing very practical support to exporters who have encountered some short-term difficulties as they adjust to the new system, and in the case of the fish and seafood sector, provided them with compensation for any losses that they encountered.
Let's head to South Wales with Shadow Minister Chris Elmore. Chris Elmore.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister will be fully aware of the absolute chaos that Scottish fishing exports have been thrown into over the last few weeks because of his government's broken promises on Brexit to the industry. I understand the Minister has already said that the Department has announced an injection of funding for the hardest hit, but this is about timing and reputation as well. So how is he working with potential buyers of these world-class fishing exports to promote the sector? And how is he ensuring that extra support reaches those hardest hit as quickly as possible, given the absolute devastation these businesses have faced in this year so far?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, can I wish the honourable gentleman and his family every success and good fortune in the arrival of a new addition to their family. As I've already said, we are providing very practical support. It is not affecting the whole industry. The industry has many challenges at the moment, not least the loss of some of its markets because top-end restaurants at home and abroad are having to close because of COVID. We are also providing, in addition to that short-term compensation, a £100 million fund to grow and boost the capacity of our seafood sector. We have not broken promises to them. We are taking back control of our waters. We are out of the common fisheries policy, and British fishermen will land more stocks year on year.
Let's head to Scotland with Kirstin Oswald. Kirstin Oswald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The EU is still our closest and most important trading partner, but Scottish businesses are suffering because of this disastrous Brexit we didn't vote for, and the inability and unwillingness of his government to effectively use the transition period. So will he now push for the grace period business is urgently calling for? And if not, why not? And what's his answer to them?
Well, as I've said repeatedly, we are engaging with all sectors and help them prepare for this transition. But I do respectfully point out to the Honourable Lady, she voted for a no-deal Brexit, and her and our fellow separatists want to impose additional trade barriers within Britain.
Let's got a substantive question to the Minister again.
We have agreed a deal with the EU which fully delivers for Scotland and the rest of the UK. Our deal provides Scottish businesses with exceptional access to the EU's market. It is the first time that the EU has ever agreed a zero tariff, zero quota deal. But of course, we also now have the freedom to strike new deals with the fastest growing parts of the global economy.
Let's head up to York with Rachel Maskell. Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But almost 1 in 6 jobs in Scotland are based in the financial and business services sector, which is dependent on the UK government negotiated trades and service agreement with the EU, having failed to do so before the end of last year. What progress has the Secretary of State and Cabinet colleagues made since leaving the transition arrangements in this area? And what further steps is he taking to ensure that these jobs are secure for the future?
Well, alongside the agreement, we agreed a joint declaration on regulatory cooperation in the area of financial services. The parties will codify this in a memorandum of understanding by March.
Substantive question to the Minister again.
I have frequent discussions with colleagues on the opportunities which COP26 offers for Scotland and the whole of the UK. The Government is committed to delivering an all-of-UK COP26 event in Glasgow. This will bring significant economic benefits to the community in Glasgow and across Britain.
Let's head to Guildford with Angela Richardson. Angela Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in Guildford take a keen interest in environmental concerns, and along with me are delighted that Glasgow is hosting COP26 this year. Does my honourable friend agree with me that we are better placed to tackle climate change as a strong union of nations?
My honourable friend is absolutely right on that. And I would also point out to her that while we will be showcasing our global leadership on climate change, and the world's gaze will be on Glasgow, it's disgraceful that the SNP would rather us be pitting community against community in another divisive referendum.
We now come to Prime Minister's questions. And I'm first of all going to call on Good morning, Prime Minister. Manchester.
No one, please, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, today on Holocaust Memorial Day, I know that the whole House will want to join me in solemnly remembering the 6 million Jewish men, women and children murdered during the Holocaust and all other victims of Nazi persecution. Last week I had the privilege of hearing from Holocaust survivor Rini Salt and Ian Forsyth, one of the last living British servicemen who liberated the camp at Bergen-Belsen. Their courage to share their testimonies must inspire us all never to forget the Holocaust and to fight against all forms of hatred and prejudice wherever they're found. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
We now have a virtual leader of the opposition. Oh, sorry, Manchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I associate myself entirely with all that the Prime Minister has said. Can I thank the Prime Minister and the Government for all their hard work in these difficult and challenging times with regards to the delivery of the COVID-19 vaccination. However, my constituents in Gillingham and Rainham and the wider Medway towns would like me, as their Member of Parliament, to raise their real concerns with regards to the availability of the vaccine in our local towns. We have constituents who are in their 80s, in their 90s, who have not yet had the vaccination. And Medway was one of the hardest hit areas in the country, and a mutant variant was discovered in Kent. And North Kent has some of the highest health inequalities in the country. Can the Prime Minister please ensure that we have the mass vaccination centre in Medway?
Mr. Speaker, I share my honourable friend's sense of frustration about the pace of the vaccine rollout, in spite of the fact that we have the fastest rollout anywhere in Europe. It is entirely right that a constituency MP should want to see more done as fast as possible. I can tell him that we've vaccinated more than 80% of those over 80 across the country, and we are looking certainly at a large-scale vaccination centre near him, and in his immediate vicinity we have done 127,000 vaccines already, Mr. Speaker, providing the hope of long-term immunity for the people of Medway and Gillingham and Raynham.
So we head over to a virtual leader of the opposition, Right Honourable Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I begin by joining the Prime Minister in his remarks about Holocaust Memorial Day? This evening, I'll be joining the UK ceremony and lighting a candle to remember the 6 million Jews murdered in the Holocaust, along, of course, with the other genocides and persecutions that have taken place around the world. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we passed the tragic milestone of 100,000 COVID deaths in the United Kingdom. That's not just a statistic. Behind every death is a grieving family, a mum, a dad, a sister, a brother, a friend, a colleague, a neighbour. The question on everyone's lips this morning is why? The Prime Minister must have thought about that question a lot. So can he tell us why he thinks that the United Kingdom has ended up with a death toll of 100,000, the highest number in Europe?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, like the right honourable gentleman, I mourn every death in this pandemic, and we share the grief of all those who have been bereaved, Mr. Speaker. And let him be in no doubt, and let the House be in no doubt, that I and the government take full responsibility for all the actions I have taken, we've taken during this pandemic to fight this disease. And yes, Mr. Speaker, there will indeed be a time when we must learn the lessons of what has happened, reflect on them and prepare, Mr. Speaker. I don't think that moment is now, when we are in the throes of fighting this wave of the new variant, when 37,000 people are struggling with COVID in our hospitals. And I think what the country wants is for us to come together as a parliament and as politicians, and to work to keep the virus under control, Mr. Speaker, as we are, and to continue to roll out the fastest vaccination programme in Europe. I think that is where the minds of the public are fixed.
Turning to Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the Prime Minister regrets the fact that 100,000 people have lost their lives. The question is why? Why has the United Kingdom the highest number of deaths in Europe? Why has the United Kingdom a death rate that's higher than almost anywhere in the world? The Prime Minister is going to have to answer that question one day, and he should have the decency to answer it today. A few days ago, the Chief Scientific Officer said, and this was his view, prepared to give it now. The lesson, he said, is you've got to go hard, early and broad if you're going to get on top of this. Waiting and watching simply doesn't work. Does the Prime Minister agree with that?
Mr. Speaker, when you have a new virus, and indeed when you have a new variant of that virus of the kind that we have in this country, when you have dilemmas as hard and as heavy as this government has had to face over the last year, I must tell the right honourable gentleman, there are no easy answers. Perpetual lockdown is no answer, Mr. Speaker. But we will continue to do, as I've said to the House, I've said to you, Mr. Speaker, to do everything we can to roll out our vaccine programme, to give the public the protection that they want and deserve. And as I speak to you today, Mr. Speaker, 6.9 million people in our country have had the vaccine. We're on target, if we can get the supplies, to deliver the target of JCVI 1 to 4, the most vulnerable groups, by the 15th of February. And I hope very much to be in the next few weeks, Mr. Speaker, to be setting out in much more detail how this country can exit now from the pandemic.
Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, the problem with the Prime Minister avoiding the question of why is that vital lessons won't be learned. The reality is this. The Prime Minister was slow into the first lockdown last March. He was slow in getting protective equipment to the front line, slow to protect our care homes, slow on testing and tracing, slow into the second lockdown in the autumn, slow to change the Christmas mixing rules, slow again into this third lockdown, delaying 13 days from the 22nd of December before implementing it. And I fear that he still hasn't learned that lesson. The latest example is the continued delay in securing our borders. We've known about the variants to the virus since early December, when it was announced in the House of Commons. We know some of those variants are coming from abroad, but we don't know the route. Surely the Prime Minister can see that what is required now is that everybody coming into the country from anywhere in the world should be tested and subject to quarantine in a hotel. Why can't that be put in place today?
Mr. Speaker, throughout this pandemic, it's been the habit of the opposition first to support one approach and then to attack it and to twist and to turn. It was only recently that the Shadow Transport Secretary was saying that quarantine measures should be relaxed, Mr. Speaker. We have one of the toughest regimes in the world. We ask people to test 72 hours before they fly. They have to produce a passenger locator form, or otherwise they're kicked off the flight. They already have to quarantine for 10 days. And my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, will be setting out later today, if you care to wait for that, even tougher measures for those red list countries where we are particularly concerned about new variants. And again, I think what the people of this country want for us now to do is to come together as a government, as a parliament, and to get this thing done.
Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister complains about the opposition, but the greatest criticism of the Prime Minister at the moment in relation to borders is coming from his own Home Secretary. She's busy telling anyone who will listen that the Prime Minister didn't do enough in relation to the borders last year. And I fear that the Prime Minister is repeating the same mistake in relation to the new variants of the virus. Mr. Speaker, let me turn to schools. Everybody agrees that reopening our schools should be a national priority. But that requires a plan. And the Prime Minister hasn't got a plan. So as a first step, does he agree with me that once the first 4 categories of the most vulnerable have been vaccinated by mid-February, he should bring forward the vaccination of key workers and use the window of the February half term to vaccinate all teachers and all school staff?
Mr. Speaker, of course, it follows that all teachers in JCVI groups 1 to 9 will be vaccinated as a matter of priority. And I pay tribute, by the way, to what the huge efforts that parents are making across the country, struggling to educate their kids. I know how deeply frustrating it is, the extra burden that we've placed on families by closing the schools. And no one has worked harder than my honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Education, to keep schools open. We all want to open schools, Mr. Speaker. I think what we want to hear from the Leader of the Opposition is that he will say loudly and clearly what he's refused to say so many times, Mr. Speaker, and what the public need to hear is that schools are safe. It's absolutely critical that he says that.
Keir Starmer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'm none the wiser as to whether the Prime Minister agrees with me that school teachers and school staff should be vaccinated, taking advantage of the February half term. That's 2 or 3 weeks away. It's a fantastic opportunity. And I'm no wiser as to whether the Prime Minister thinks that's a good idea or a bad idea. In the meantime, The government's got a duty to ensure that every single child can learn from home. Without access to a laptop, a computer or the internet, that can't happen. The government was challenged on this last summer. It was challenged on it last autumn. And here we are, nearly at the end of January, the best part of a year into this pandemic, and a third of families say they don't have enough laptops or home computers. And over 400,000 children still can't get online at home. Does the Prime Minister realise how angry many families are that he still hasn't got to grips with this?
Mr. Speaker, as I said just now, I do fully understand the frustration and impatience of families across the country who are educating their kids at home. And I know how difficult it is. I know how frustrated teachers are with educating remote learning as well. That's why we've provided 1.3 million laptops, Mr. Speaker. That's why we've provided a £1 billion catch-up fund. And I will be making a statement to the House in just a few minutes, Mr. Speaker, setting out what more we propose to do with the reopening of schools and the way forward with schools, and what more we propose to do by way of supporting pupils and teachers and parents, Mr. Speaker, if you will just wait a few minutes. But he's missed his opportunity once again to say what I think people need to hear if we are to get schools to reopen, because that is the best thing for pupils and the best thing for families across the country. I would like to hear from the Leader of the Opposition, in defiance of his union paymasters, I'd like to hear that schools are safe.
Don't forget, I've just reminded the Prime Minister, it's Prime Minister's questions. Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, every week the Prime Minister comes with his pre-prepared lines. I think when 100,000 people have died, he should take the time to answer the question. When 1 in 3 families are saying that they don't have enough laptops or computers, his answers are simply not good enough. We're nearly a year into this pandemic. This hasn't happened in the last few weeks, and 1 in 3 families say they don't have the wherewithal to do home teaching, and those children are going without home schooling. That's the question the Prime Minister should be answering. Mr. Speaker, the UK is the first country in Europe to record 100,000 COVID deaths. We also have the deepest recession of any major economy. Our schools are closed and our borders are open. And my biggest concern is that the Prime Minister still hasn't learnt the lessons of last year. And I fear that as a result, we'll see more tragedy and more grim milestones. Now, this afternoon, I will be speaking to families who've lost loved ones to COVID. The last time I did this, I asked the Prime Minister what he would like me to say to them on his behalf. He replied with a pre-prepared childish gag. I could tell the Prime Minister just how badly that went down with those families when I spoke to them later that afternoon. So I'll ask him again, and I hope this time he'll have the decency to answer them properly. What would he like me to say to those bereaved families on his behalf this afternoon?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for meeting the families of the bereaved, as I have done, and I know members across the House have done throughout the pandemic. And it's important that we do that. And the message I would give those families is the same that I've given everybody I've met, is that I, of course, deeply personally regret the loss of life, the suffering of their families, Mr. Speaker. But I think the best thing that we can do to honour the memory of those who have died and to honour those who are currently grieving is to work together to bring this virus down, to keep it under control in the way that we are. And Mr. Speaker, throughout this pandemic, I'm sad to say that the Leader of the Opposition has never failed in his efforts to try to score political points when I think he could be doing just that. And he has twisted and he has turned, and 1 week he calls for tougher border measures after the Shadow Transport Secretary called for looser quarantine. He calls for schools to go back. We won't even say this morning that schools are safe. He tries to associate himself now with the vaccine programme because he senses that that may be going well, Mr. Speaker. But he stood on a manifesto to unbundle the pharmaceutical companies, the big pharma, Mr. Speaker, that made those vaccines possible. And he actually attacked the vaccine task force. I know you want me to sit down, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make this point because I tried to make it last week and you saw me. He even attacked the vaccine task force for spending £675,000 on an effort to discover whether hard-to-reach groups would take a vaccine. And I really cannot think of a better investment right now of public funds. And I hope that later on this afternoon, the right honourable gentleman may think of apologising for what he did and for that attack on the vaccine task force. Mr. Speaker, they can go on, and the right honourable gentleman can go on making his party political points. We will go on, with or without his help, in taking this country forward, fighting the pandemic and getting coronavirus down.
Pauline Latham in Derbyshire. Pauline Latham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The importance of levelling up to constituencies like mine is critical as we look to build back better from COVID. With that in mind, can the Prime Minister commit to delivering the eastern leg of HS2 in full, creating 150,000 jobs and billions of pounds of investment in the Midlands and the North, as well as unlocking the capacity for local transport schemes in Derbyshire, in which cycling and walking must play a crucial part?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and she's right to be militating for the eastern leg of HS2. We'll be publishing the integrated rail plan early this year, and I'm delighted that the Transforming Cities Fund for Nottingham and Derby, £161 million, includes £10 million, Mr. Speaker, for a new cycle route between Nottingham, Derby and East Midlands Airport, and I look forward to cycling it with my honourable friend.
And the Chief Whip, I would expect. We now go to Scotland, to Ian Blackford, leader of the SNP. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I associate myself with the remarks of the Prime Minister on the Holocaust? We all remember the 6 million Jews who lost their life in those terrible crimes against humanity. We should never forget that, nor indeed those that have sadly followed them in genocides around the world. Mr. Speaker, last night, the Prime Minister claimed we truly did everything we could to avoid the deaths of 100,000 people across the UK from COVID-19. But we all know that's simply not true. The UK government response has been defined by a lack of leadership, last-minute U-turns, mixed messaging and devastating policies. All of this has had the effect on the scale of the pandemic. Professor Linda Bald has said that nearly a quarter of all deaths that we've seen have occurred in the last month. Prime Minister, since the start of this pandemic, you've promised to always follow the advice of scientists. Well, this morning, scientists have said that this government is responsible for a legacy of poor decisions during this pandemic. Does the Prime Minister still agree with the scientists?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've throughout followed scientific advice and done everything we can to minimise disease and minimise suffering throughout the country. And I think he will have heard, right honourable gentleman will have heard my answer to the leader of the opposition. There are no easy solutions, Mr. Speaker, when you're facing dilemmas as tragic as the ones being confronted by countries around the world. But I think that everywhere in the UK, if I may say so, Mr. Speaker, can be proud of the efforts now being made by the NHS, by the Army, by volunteers, by pharmacists to roll out the fastest vaccination programme in Europe. That is something that government must do, can do, is doing and will do.
Returning to Ian Blackford. Ian Blackford.
Mr. Speaker, I must respectfully say that this is not about apportioning blame for honest mistakes, but it is about learning lessons from a Prime Minister who has repeatedly ignored the scientific advice. When we called on the Prime Minister to introduce tough border controls last spring, he refused. When we told the Prime Minister it was a mistake to end lockdown prematurely and push millions of workers back to the office, he ignored us. When we said tough restrictions and full furlough support were still needed, he dithered, delayed and left it too late. People have been asked to make huge sacrifices by his government. At least they now deserve financial certainty. Tell people straight, Prime Minister. Will this UK government extend furlough, maintain the universal credit uplift, and finally, offer support for the 3 million excluded? Or will he leave families struggling with the uncertainty while he dithers and delays?
Well, Mr. Speaker, on the subject of dithering and delaying, I'm delighted that the British Army is helping the Scottish government, National Party government, to roll out the vaccine faster, and I think that's extremely important and one of the benefits of the Union of the UK, if I may say so. And on his point, Mr. Speaker, about the support for people and families across this country, I don't think anybody could seriously deny that this government has given absolutely unprecedented and unequalled by global standards support throughout the pandemic. We will continue to put our arms around people across the whole of the UK throughout this crisis.
Let's head to waving it with Peter Aldis. Peter Aldis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The government have put in place an extensive system of support to help employers and employees through the pandemic. However, a group that have been overlooked, many of whom are now really struggling, are those self-employed who set up their own businesses after April 2019 and were unable to submit a complete tax return. 10 months on, this obstacle to providing support no longer applies. To assist them, will the Prime Minister emulate the Northern Ireland government's newly self-employed support scheme, which is subject to straightforward criteria and guards against fraud?
My honourable friend is right to raise the concerns that he does, because there are some people in the self-employed groups that it has been hard to reach and to support in the way that we want. They are fewer in number than is sometimes suggested, Mr. Speaker, in this House, and I can tell him that 2.7 million people have self-employed have received support, totaling over 18.5 billion. But the ideas that he suggests, I know, will be taken up by my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, and he can expect to hear more on the 3rd of March.
Let's head down to Brighton with Caroline Lucas. Caroline Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a yawning gulf between the government's green rhetoric and its action. Hot on the heels of sanctioning the first deep coal mine in 30 years, ministers have broken yet another election manifesto promise and will keep sending plastic waste to developing countries where they're regularly dumped or burnt. 9-year-old schoolgirl Lizzie knows this is wrong, and she has a simple message for the Prime Minister: protect our oceans and people living in poorer countries by banning these dirty plastic exports now. Will he listen to Lizzie and to the 90,000 signatories to her petition and stop this damaging and unethical practice? Yes or no?
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I must absolutely contest and deny what she has said about action. She talks about coal mines, and she may not know that in 1970, when I was alive, she may not have been alive, this country got 90% of its energy from fossil fuels, from coal, and we now get 5%, Mr. Speaker. That's thanks to the green, active, technologically optimistic policies driven by Conservative governments. And I'm very, very proud of it. I'm also proud of what we're doing to ban plastic and ban the export of plastic waste around the world, which is in our Conservative Party manifesto, Mr. Speaker, and which we will fulfil.
Let's head to Lincolnshire with Holly Mumbycroft. Holly Mumbycroft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent David Hopkins lives with grade 4 glioblastoma. The pioneering immunotherapy treatment he needs is not yet available in the UK. He and his wife Nikki continue to fundraise for his treatment in Germany, and I know that the wonderful people of Scunthorpe have been incredibly supportive in this. Will the Prime Minister join me in wishing the Hopkins family well, and will he work with me and the Brain Tumour Charity to improve research and treatments for patients like David?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for what she's doing to campaign for such an excellent charity and indeed for her constituent David. I can tell her that the Department of Health is working with Tessa Jowell's brain cancer mission and announcing £40 million over 5 years on brain tumours of the type that she describes, and I would encourage my honourable friend to continue the excellent work that she is doing in this area.
Let's head to Scotland with Christine Jardine. Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And can I associate myself and the Liberal Democrats with the Prime Minister's comments on the Holocaust? A year ago next week, in a speech at Greenwich, the Prime Minister said that it was high time that the US cut their punitive tariffs on Scotch whisky. Since then, the industry has lost £500 million in exports to the US, and the government has failed to reach a deal to have the 25% tariff on single malt removed. So will the Prime Minister commit to working urgently with BASE to comply with the WTO rules which led to the issue? And can he promise that in the budget, his government will take steps to support this vital industry and employer?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know that my right honourable friend, I don't want to anticipate the budget, Mr. Speaker, I know that my right honourable friend, Chancellor, habitually does things to support fantastic industries such as Scotch whisky. But one of the reasons for leaving the EU, Mr. Speaker, is that we will be able to do a free trade deal with the US and to obviate tariffs of the kind that she describes, which would be there in perpetuity if the Scottish Nationalist Party were to get their way and to take Scotland back into the EU. Mr. Speaker.
Let's head to Kent with Damien Collins. Damien Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, Kent's first COVID mass vaccination centre opened in Folkestone and is working now along with our 3 GP-led hubs in Folkestone, Hythe and Lydd. As we accelerate the delivery of this protection against the virus, does my right honourable friend agree with the Vaccines Minister that we need greater sharing of data at local level so that we can target the resources of the largest vaccination programme in our history at both hard-to-reach groups of individuals and the most vulnerable communities?
Honourable friend makes a very important point, and I know that it's something that everybody wants to see across this House, the sharing of data at local levels. And there are particular problems, obviously, Mr. Speaker, with sharing medical records, detailed medical records with local government. But what we are doing is giving public health officials at local level all the information we can give them without breaching that confidentiality to find those hard-to-reach groups and to get them, encourage them to take vaccines. And wonderful work is being done to get people to take vaccines. I encourage all members in your constituencies, get your constituents to take up this offer.
Mr. Speaker, almost 4 years on from the Grenfell tragedy, government inaction on the cladding crisis means that hundreds of thousands of leaseholders, including my constituents, remain trapped in unsafe, unsellable blocks. Ministers have promised at least 15 times that leaseholders won't have to pay unfair costs, but as ever with this government, there's been a lot of promises not matched by delivery. So will the Prime Minister finally act, end this injustice and come forward with a plan to fix the cladding crisis that does not burden leaseholders with the cost?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, of course we will, and I know that my right friend, the Secretary of State for Communities and Local Government, will be bringing forward a plan very shortly. But it is also important that mortgage companies do not unreasonably refuse mortgages on properties, Mr. Speaker, that are perfectly safe.
Let's head to the Cotswolds with Sir Geoffrey Clifton-Brown. Sir Geoffrey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This has been an extraordinarily difficult year for both the Prime Minister and the people of this country since the coronavirus was first detected. And their fortitude is being severely tested. And they really need to know when they can get their children back to school and businesses can start to be reopened. So will my right honourable friend assure the House this morning that when he announces his comprehensive plan in mid-February, it will deal with how we lift every area out of their tiers, it will deal with the long-term problems that we're going to have to live with COVID, and furthermore, we will try to avoid making changes in future at 24 hours notice, so that at long last, the people of this country can start to plan their daily lives.
Mr. Speaker, in a few moments or later on this afternoon, I'll be setting out in more detail what my honourable friend, my right honourable friend, would like to know about schools, our approach to schools. But then, in the course of the next few weeks, assuming the vaccine rollout continues well, assuming that we don't find new variants of concern, we don't have to change our calculations, I will be setting out a broader roadmap for the way forward for the whole country, Mr. Speaker, of a kind I think that my honourable friend and his constituents would appreciate.
Let's head up to Liverpool with Peter Dowd. Peter Dowd.
A war widow's pension for 67 years. My mother received one for 49 years.
Two of my nephews are veterans and a veterans network operates in my constituency. I know they would agree that a pension should be paid at the UK rate wherever a veteran or any pensioner lives in the world. When will 96-year-old Anne Puckridge, a World War II veteran who lives in Canada, and 60,000 other veterans who serve their country courageously and live abroad stop being treated as second-class veterans and get the full pension they deserve? So will he commit to ending this injustice? Will he agree to meet with representatives of the End Frozen Pensions campaign? Mr. Speaker, as a start, that's the very least a British Prime Minister could do for Britain's greatest generation.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for raising this issue and this problem. I've come across it before, but the case he describes is obviously acute, and I will ensure that he gets the meeting he desires with the relevant minister.
Let's head to Hastings with Sally Ann Hart. Sally Ann Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency, Chapman's of Rye is acting as an export hub for consignments of local fish going across the English Channel, but it's proving extremely challenging, expensive and time-consuming. Mr. Chapman is creating an opportunity to develop Rye as a vital export hub for Kent and Sussex fishermen. However, he's burdened with red tape. What steps is my right honourable friend taking to support opportunities like those in Rye to make exporting easier? And would the Prime Minister accept an invitation to visit this fantastic enterprise?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to her for raising this, because this in the last few weeks this has been an issue for many fishing businesses, many fishers and fishing communities, and there has been too much red tape, and what we're doing is providing an immediate £23 million to help businesses with problems that they're encountering through no fault of their own. But we're also investing £100 million in a long-term programme for the UK fishing industry to help with equipment, to help with processing, and enable this country to be in a position to take advantage of the incredible access to our fisheries that we will have as the years go by.
Let's head up to Scotland with Stephen Bonner. Stephen Bonner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister now do the right thing? Commit to making the £20 a week uplift to universal credit permanent, or will he be responsible for pushing thousands of Scottish families further into an income crisis?
Mr. Speaker, I repeat what I've said before. We will continue to look after the people of this country throughout this pandemic, and it's a feature of the strength of the UK Treasury that we can continue to do this.
Christian Wakeford.
Mr. Speaker, I commend the Prime Minister in reaffirming his commitment to levelling up the nation, and the best way to level up is through a good local education. The town of Radcliffe in my constituency has been without a high school since 2014, and as the bidding process for free schools remains in the final stages, will my right honourable friend the Prime Minister help by supporting my campaign alongside the people of Radcliffe for the new school that the town desperately needs?
Well, I thank my honourable friend, who's a fantastic campaigner for his constituents, and I can tell him that we are indeed looking at expanding the free school programme. Wave 14 of free schools will be announced very shortly, and I hope that he won't have too long to wait.
Returning to Merseyside with Bill Esterson. Bill Esterson.
Alison Powell's tax return showed that she was paid £10 more for her earnings as an employee than her earnings in self-employment. As a result, she didn't qualify and still doesn't qualify for any financial support. It's no good the Prime Minister saying that his government has done whatever it takes. As the IFS says just today, 1.8 million self-employed people and 700,000 owner-managers have not had financial support. So when is the government going to start supporting those who've been financially excluded, so that Alison Powell and millions of people like her can afford to stay at home and play their part in restricting this virus while the vaccine is rolled out?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I am conscious, as the Honourable Gentleman says, that there have been difficult cases with self-employed people who haven't qualified for some of the support that we've offered. I'd invite him to send the details of Alison's case to us, and we'll see what we can do. But I must remind the House that we've spent about £18 billion supporting self-employed people, Mr. Speaker, throughout this pandemic. And as I say, we will continue to put our arms around the British people for the duration of the crisis.
To Peterborough with Paul Bristow. Paul Bristow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents recognise the need for lockdown, but are increasingly concerned about their mental health. Many of them asked me to raise this today. On Monday, over 20 Peterborough school children told me how it was affecting them. They'd organised their own mental health summit with me and the local CCG. Does the Prime Minister agree that the country's mental health is suffering and should be a factor in deciding when to end specific restrictions?
Mr. Speaker, I know the stress that people are under, and not just school pupils, and he's right to raise that, but particularly NHS workers during this current wave of the pandemic. It has been really gruelling the last few weeks and months, and we are investing hugely in mental health support, another 13.3 billion in 2019 on top of the 2019-20. We'll see a further 2.3 billion a year by 2023-2024, and that will support 380,000 adults and 345,000 children, Mr. Speaker.
Final question from South Wales from Carolyn Harris. Carolyn Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that the Prime Minister has already said today he will take full responsibility for all the actions his government has taken during the pandemic, will he confirm that this will include the woeful and reckless management of the COVID outbreak at the DVLA government sites in my constituency? And will he also ensure that his Transport Secretary is held accountable for the inexcusable damage and devastation that this has caused?
I thank the Honourable Lady for raising the question with me, and may I offer her, by the way, my condolences, Mr. Speaker, on the death of her father. I can tell her that we've been working flat out on the problem at the DVLA, and all staff who can work from home are doing so. Measures have been taken to minimise the number of people on the site at any one time, and more than 2,000 tests have been carried out by the DVLA in the last fortnight alone, Mr. Speaker, with all the results so far coming back negative.
I'm suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable the necessary arrangements for the next business. Order. Wendy? You okay? Right. I will first call Minister Wendy Morton to answer the urgent question from Sir Roger Gale. I call Sir Roger Gale, who's participating virtually, who's got 2 minutes. Sir Roger.
The G7 has condemned the imprisonment of Alexei Navalny and has reminded Mr. Putin that he's bound by international obligations to respect human rights. One of those obligations is to the Council of Europe. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe will be discussing the credentials of the Russian Federation. So does my honourable friend agree that a nation that engages in state murder and that imprisons its political opponents and their supporters is in gross breach of the European Convention on Human Rights and has forfeited its right to be a member of an assembly that is founded on the very principles of democracy?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The UK is appalled by the politically motivated detention of Alexei Navalny on arbitrary charges. As the Foreign Secretary made clear, Mr. Navalny is a victim of a despicable crime, and we call for his immediate and unconditional release. The Foreign Secretary has also condemned the Russian authorities' unacceptable use of violence against peaceful protesters and journalists last weekend, and we have called on the Russian government to respect its international commitments and to release those detained during peaceful demonstrations. The UK has galvanised the international community in condemnation of these deplorable detentions. The UK, as G7 President, issued a G7 Foreign Minister statement on the 26th of January, emphasising our deep concern at these developments and calling on Russia to adhere to its national and international obligations. The UK has led international efforts in response to Mr. Navalny's poisoning in August. We have worked closely with our international partners at the OPCW to urge Russia to uphold its obligations under the Chemical Weapons Convention. Last December, the UK led a joint statement in the OPCW, supported by 58 states parties, calling for Russia to be held to account. And we have taken robust bilateral action. In October, the UK enforced asset freezes and travel bans on 6 individuals responsible for the poisoning of Alexei Navalny, as well as on 1 Russian organisation. We keep further sanctions designations under constant review, Mr. Speaker. However, it would not be appropriate to comment at this stage on possible future designations, as this could impact undermine their impact. We carefully consider all options under the relevant sanctions regimes. The UK has been clear in condemning in the strongest possible terms the chemical weapons attack against Mr. Navalny last year. He was the victim of a nerve agent attack, and the UK has called repeatedly for the Russian authorities to investigate and explain the use of a chemical weapon on Russian soil and to declare its Novichok programme to the OPCW. The confirmed use of chemical weapons against opposition figures further undermines democracy and political plurality in Russia. More broadly, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Navalny's detention is a further demonstration of the concerning deterioration in the human rights situation in Russia. We raise this regularly with the Russian government, making clear that Russia must uphold its international human rights responsibilities. I raised this issue myself during my visit to Moscow in November 2020, and our ambassador to Moscow raised Mr. Navalny's case immediately prior to his return to Russia, to underline that the UK was monitoring closely Russia's actions. We condemned the detention of thousands of peaceful protesters and journalists on the 23rd of January, and the Russian government's continued disregard for the fundamental rights of its people to freedom of expression, association and peaceful assembly. The UK has also urged Russia to fulfil its commitments under the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the European Convention on Human Rights and all of the relevant instruments of the Council of Europe and OSCE, and to guarantee these rights, including the right to freedom of expression to its citizens. The UK's policy towards Russia is clear. We want a different relationship with Russia, but Russia must stop its destabilising behaviour towards the UK and its partners. Russia's pattern of aggressive behaviour undermines its claim that it is a responsible international partner upholding the rules-based international system.
Just going back to Sir Roger, if he wishes to add something. Sir Roger.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Speaker, for that powerful statement. I am concerned because I spoke with the Russian ambassador. He chose to call me this morning, Andrei Kelin, and he made it absolutely plain to me during that call that the Russians regarded Mr. Navalny as a prisoner who had broken his bail conditions and therefore would not be released. And under those circumstances, I have to say that I still regard this as a gross breach of the Convention on Human Rights. And I hope that my honourable friend will do everything in her power to underscore that and to make it plain that this conduct is completely unacceptable.
Just briefly, I would like to come back on that point, Mr. Speaker. And we have been very, very clear. The Foreign Secretary has condemned the Russian authorities' unacceptable use of violence against peaceful protesters. And we really have been leading from the front when it comes to taking action against this situation. And we are absolutely appalled by the politically motivated detention of Alexei Navalny on arbitrary charges.
Now come to Shadow Minister Catherine West with 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the member for North Thanet for his urgent question. Labour colleagues and I unequivocally condemn the shocking but sadly predictable arrest of Mr. Navalny, his wife and the many thousands of brave Russians who took to the streets over the weekend to protest the detention. We welcome the government's own condemnation of Mr. Navalny's arrest and the condemnation by the new administration in the United States. We welcome also the statement from today from the Minister and also want to emphasise the brutal nature of the police response last weekend. And we understand that there will be further similar protestations this weekend. However, the House is united in this sense of condemnation of the attacks. But we also would like to see action on the Russia report, which of course goes to the heart of the matter, because in the end, warm words in this House will not assist Mr. Navalny in his tireless campaign against corruption. Only the disruption of the corrupt financial networks and the flow of dirty money into the UK will put pressure on the Russian government to change course. In 15 months, not a single one of the 21 recommendations made in the Russia report has been fully implemented. No action on foreign agents, no action on golden visas, and the London laundromat is still very much open for business. The lack of urgency is truly staggering. We cannot continue turning a blind eye to this. 4 brief questions for the Minister. Number 1, will the government today commit to the review and expansion of Magnitsky sanctions to include the corruption heading? Number 2, will the government commit to identifying and sanctioning those implicated in the attempted killing of Mr. Navalny? Number 3, will the government commit to cleaning up the illicit money in UK jurisdictions, including London, identified by both the Russia report and the Panama Papers? And finally, by what date can we, as parliamentarians, expect the government to have implemented the 21 recommendations in the Russia report?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving her support to those actions that we have taken against in respect of the detention of Alexei Navalny. And I've really set out the very clear steps that the UK government has taken, and the Foreign Secretary has really been leading from the front in this regard. When it comes to the Russia report, Mr. Speaker, the government's response to the ISC report on Russia was actually published on the same day as its release, which was on the 21st of July 2020. And let me be absolutely clear that Russia is a top national security priority for the government. We will be introducing new legislation to provide the security services and law enforcement agencies with the tools that they need to tackle the evolving threat of hostile activity by foreign states. This bill will modernise existing offences to deal more effectively with the espionage threat and create new offences to criminalise other harmful activity conducted by and on behalf of states. We continue to step up our activity both domestically and internationally to tackle the issue of illicit finance entering our country. The National Crime Agency has increased the number of investigations into corrupt elites, something which I hope the Honourable Lady will welcome. And we are also reviewing all Tier 1 investor visas granted before the 5th of April 2015.
Let's head to the chair of the Select Committee, Tom Tugendhat. Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's welcome to hear the Minister's condemnation of the attack on Alexei Navalny, whose crime, it appears, is to survive an assassination attempt by the state that now holds him prisoner. Now, this is not the first of these incidents. Litvinenko, Skripal, and now Navalny are three names that speak of Russia's brutality towards its own citizens. When will we see a proper list of the ill-gotten gains that President Putin has stolen off the Russian people over the last 20 years? When will we see a breakdown of his hidden wealth through UK jurisdictions or in areas where the UK has influence, so that the Russian people can know how much money has been stolen off them by this gangster elite, and when it will be held in trust to be returned to them as soon as he is gone?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think I've set out very clearly the action that we are taking in response to the poisoning of Alexei Navalny, and I've set out very clearly the sanctions that we've put in place against 6 individuals and also against 1 organisation. As to any future sanctions that we may put into place or measures, I think it would be wrong of me, Mr. Speaker, to speculate further at this stage.
To Scotland, we're with the SNP spokesperson with 1 minute. That is Alan Smith. Alan Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd very warmly congratulate the member for North Thanet on bringing this important issue forward, and I would welcome the Minister's statement as far as it goes. I agree with it and support the measures that she's outlined, and I don't doubt her sincerity in tackling this. I think that's important to put that on the record. But I'll declare an interest as one of the co-litigants in the case that's taking the UK government to court in the High Court over the non-implementation of the recommendations of the Intelligence and Security Committee of this House report into Russian interference. And I think it really does beg a belief that the UK government can say it's been leading from the front on this, when I really don't recognise that description. It staggers me that so few of the recommendations of that report, a credible, serious report, have not gone implemented by this government. And I would urge the Minister to commit to making a further statement on the implementation of those recommendations to the House. I'd also ask her for a reassurance, and I appreciate she won't indulge in speculation, but she does need to be aware that there is considerable support across the House for further Magnitsky sanctions against the individuals, because we all support Mr. Navalny and the protesters across Russia, and they need to be sure that there will be action, not just warm words.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to election interference, one of the issues just raised by the honourable gentleman, the government concluded it is almost certain Russian actors sought to interfere in the 2019 general election through online amplification of illicitly acquired and leaked UK and US trade documents. But as he will, I think, rightly recognises, where a criminal investigation is ongoing, it would be inappropriate of me to comment. Just turning back to the Russia report. Perhaps I should just add that not only did we just to reiterate that we published our response on the same day as it was released, that was the 21st of July. Russia is a top national security priority for the government, and we will freeze Russian state assets wherever we have the evidence that they may be used to threaten the life or property of UK nationals or residents.
Let's head to Bosworth with Dr. Luke Evans. Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chemical weapons were used on British soil in Salisbury. Now it appears they've been used on Russian soil. The Foreign Secretary tweeted out on the 18th of January, and I quote, "Rather than persecute Mr. Navalny, Russia should explain how a chemical weapon came to be used on Russian soil." Can I ask, has her department received an answer to this? And more broadly, what is her assessment of the worrying use of chemical weapons in British soil and abroad?
Thank you. This is a really important point that my honourable friend raises, and we've been very, very clear that the use of chemical weapons is an unacceptable breach of international norms, and Russia absolutely must respond fully to the OPCW demand for a transparent investigation and, crucially, explain how a chemical weapon was used against a Russian citizen on Russian soil.
To Oxford with Leila Moran. Leila Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chelsea Football Club has indeed been in the news this week, a lot, though largely not for this. But Alexei Navalny's team have released a list of names drawn up by Navalny just days before his return and arrest, which included Chelsea FC's owner Roman Abramovich and Everton FC's Alisher Usmanov, among those who they believe should be sanctioned. Both individuals were described as key enablers with significant ties and assets in the West. I ask, is the Minister taking these allegations seriously, and will she provide assurance that anyone, no matter their wealth or position, would be considered for Magnitsky sanctions?
Mr. Speaker, as I've made clear in terms of Alexei Navalny, we enforced asset freezes and travel bans against 6 individuals and an entity involved with the poisoning and attempted murder of Mr. Navalny on the 15th of October 2020. And we did that under the EU's chemical weapons sanctions regime. But as the Honourable Lady will recognise, try as she might, Mr. Speaker, to ask me or to press me to speculate on further listings. Alas, I'm not going to do that. It would be inappropriate.
Let's head to Sidmouth with Simon Jupp. Simon Jupp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is appalling that Alexei Navalny, the victim of a despicable crime, has been detained by the Russian authorities. His politically motivated arrest provokes further concerns about Russia's respect for the rule of law and human rights. Will the Minister join me in calling for his immediate release?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have been absolutely clear, the Foreign Secretary made clear that Mr. Navalny is a victim of a despicable crime, and we call for his immediate and unconditional release. I think it's really important that, Russia must account for itself and account for its activities.
Let's head over to Northern Ireland with Jim Shannon. Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I just thank the Minister very much for the firm response and for also the strong words that were made to the UQ. We stand alongside the protesters and in particular Alexei Navalny. We value democracy. Russia clearly doesn't. Further to the EDM, which I submitted to this House just yesterday on the treatment of protesters by the Russian police, will the Minister outline if any of those arrested are British citizens and what the status of any British citizens currently is in those areas, and further, what support is available for our own people who are there? Thank you.
Minister.
I'm aware that the Honourable Gentleman takes a keen interest in human rights, as so many on both sides of this chamber do. But we are not aware of any British nationals requiring consular support as a result of detentions during the protest, Mr. Speaker. But we always keep our travel advice under constant review.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is absolutely right to bring this matter to the House. And the very brave Alexei Navalny, whose rights have been trampled underfoot under the Convention of Human Rights, the UN Convention, and so grievously disrespected by a fellow member of the United Nations Security Council. Will the Minister confirm that she is coordinating collective action with our allies on this matter to hold the Russian leadership to account? And will she confirm that through the Magnitsky measures and other ways too, not just Russia's leaders, but other officials who abuse Alexei Navalny's human rights, they too can be held to account in a similar way?
Mr. Speaker, I know this is the issue of sanctions, and Magnitsky is something that my honourable friend has taken seriously for some time and championed. When it comes to this particular case of Alexei Navalny, we've been absolutely clear from the start in terms of mobilising the international community, Mr. Speaker. We galvanised the international community in condemnation of these deplorable detentions just with the statement on the 26th of January through our role as G7 President. And in that statement, we emphasised our deep concern at these developments, but we were also very instrumental in leading international efforts in response to his poisoning in August last year, where we worked closely with our international partners at the OPCW to urge Russia to uphold its obligations under the Chemical Weapons Convention.
Let's head up to Chesterfield with Toby Perkins. Toby Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister's angry condemnation of the Russian regime is unlikely to cause much lost sleep in Moscow, whilst the actions of the British government are so feeble last week, the Foreign Secretary was unable to name a single element of the Russian report that had been fully implemented. What we really need today, don't we, Minister, is not those strong words, but actually promise for actions to get the Russian report fully implemented.
Mr. Speaker, I don't accept what the honourable gentleman is saying. We've been very, very clear. We set out the 6 sanctions against individuals and then an entity involved in the poisoning and attempted murder of Mr. Navalny. We've been very, very clear in our message to Russia that we want to see action, and we also want to see them respond to the OPCW demand for a transparent investigation. But in addition to that, we've been very, very clear when it comes to the NSC report of last year. The day that it was issued, the UK government issued a response, and we've set out the actions that we will be taking in terms of introducing new legislation. We've increased the number of investigations through the National Crime Agency into corrupt elites, and we're reviewing all Tier 1 investor visas granted before the 5th of April 2015.
Dr. Leopold. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 30 years after the fall of the Soviet Union, the Russian regime murders its opponents abroad. It poisons its challengers at home. It still has armed forces on the sovereign territory of the Ukraine and Georgia. It believes in the Soviet concept of a near abroad and presents a clear threat to continental Europe's security. Does my honourable friend have a message for those in Europe who still support the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which will make Europe more dependent on Russian gas and give economic comfort to Putin's gangster regime?
Mr. Speaker, the UK remains concerned about the impact that Nord Stream 2 will have on European energy security, and particularly on the interests of Ukraine. Our focus continues to be supporting resilient European energy markets, including measures that strengthen and diversify gas supply and competition. Obviously, this is a matter for Germany, but we do remain concerned, I can assure him, about the impact of Nord Stream 2 on European energy security.
Mr. Speaker, there are some on the Tory benches who are openly rejoicing at the prospect of Brexit allowing deregulation of financial and investment markets. So, given the massive flows of capital between Russian oligarchs and the City of London, how will the government ensure that Russian officials responsible for human rights abuses are not allowed to profit in this way, and that there will be no diluting of standards and regulations that would get in the way of applying Magnitsky-style sanctions?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to what is the UK doing to tackle illicit finance and dirty money, I can assure the honourable gentleman that we continue to step up our activity, both domestically and internationally, to tackle illicit finance entering our country. The National Crime Agency has increased the number of investigations into corrupt elites, and in the Criminal Finances Act 2017 we introduced a number of instruments that are being used to tackle illicit finance, including unexplained wealth orders.
I said to Newbury with Laura Farris. Laura Farris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Biden administration has already made clear it's going to take a more robust line with Russia, and the subject of Russia's treatment of the Ukraine and also Mr. Navalny's arrest were discussed by President Biden and President Putin during a call earlier this week. Can my honourable friend confirm what joint steps she thinks the US and the UK can take together, and also whether the Foreign Secretary has yet had an opportunity to speak to Mr. Blinken at the State Department?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've already demonstrated the way in which the UK has been leading the international effort when it comes to the issue of Alexei Navalny through the OPCW and also through the G7 statement of the 26th of January. When it comes to the US, our Prime Minister spoke with President Biden on the 23rd of January, and the Foreign Secretary spoke with the new US National Security Advisor on the 22nd of January, and during both calls, Mr. Speaker, they agreed on the need to work together on shared foreign and security priorities such as Russia.
Let's head to South Wales with Ruth Jones. Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many people across Newport West and our country commend Mr. Navalny and his supporters for their extraordinary bravery in standing up against this corrupt and repressive government in Moscow. So will the Minister show the same bravery and set out in clear terms what action this government with international partners will take to demand their immediate release?
Mr. Speaker, the Foreign Secretary has made absolutely clear that Mr. Navalny is the victim of a despicable crime, and we call and will continue to call for his immediate and conditional release. The Foreign Secretary has also condemned the Russian authorities' an unacceptable use of violence against peaceful protesters and journalists, which I'm sure many of her constituents, like mine, have seen it in the media. And we have called on the Russian government to respect its international commitments and release those who have been detained during peaceful demonstrations.
We now go to Stoke-on-Trent with Jack Brereton. Jack Brereton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK, supported by 58 countries, led the joint statement in December calling for Russia to be held to account for what it does. So will my right honourable friend join me in asking the whole House to support and commend the leading role the UK is taking in these efforts, sending a very clear message to the Russian government?
My honourable friend makes a very, very important point here about the need for, a joined-up approach and his support for an international effort against in tackling this issue. And he's right to recognise that the UK did indeed lead the effort in respect to the poisoning of Alexei Navalny, and we did lead that joint statement in the OPCW, which was supported by no less than 58 state parties who were all calling for Russia to be held to account.
Let's head to Devon with Ben Bradshaw. Ben Bradshaw.
Isn't the reason that the government has failed to implement a single one of the now 15-month-old Russia report and failed to apply Magnitsky sanctions against the 8 individuals Alexei Navalny himself has requested the UK government to do so, a simple one, that London is awash with dirty Russian money, as is the Conservative Party?
Mr. Speaker, I do not accept the assertion made by the right honourable gentleman. The Russia report, as he refers to, the ISC Russia report, was released on the 21st of July, and we, the government, responded on the very same day to that. And we've set out very clearly what our response is, and that Russia remains a top national security priority for the government. When it comes to sanctions, Mr. Speaker, we have issued sanctions against 6 individuals and 1 organisation in relation to Alexei Navalny, and as I think I've made very, very clear, we would not speculate on who else we may or may not sanction.
Let's head to Essex with Sir Bernard Jenkins. Sir Bernard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I thank my right honourable friend for her statement, but isn't it clear the lesson is of the last few years watching Russia is that neither Russia nor China, for that matter, have any respect for an adversary unless it can show strength. And what do all our words of condemnation mean without much more comprehensive action? So when is the Integrated Defence and Security Review going to be published? And will it address the role of the City of London in looted Russian money? And what are we doing to strengthen all our alliances to bring the free world together against both Russia's internal and external aggression?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've been very clear that what our policy is towards Russia, and that we want a very different relationship with Russia. And Russia must stop its destabilising behaviour towards the UK and its partners. And while this continues, there can be no normalisation of our bilateral relationship. We'll continue to support human rights in Russia and those who seek to defend them. In my honourable friend's attempts to draw me on the integrated review, I'm sure he knows me better than to think I would speculate on when that may be published.
Let's head to the member for Huddersfield, Boris Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I say to the Minister that as a long-standing Member of Parliament, I don't know what the government's policy is towards Russia. A corrupt regime that poisons people in our country, poisons its democratic citizens in other parts of the world. Isn't it about time that we took on the fact there is a Russian elite in London in control of money, in property, that come in private jets with no hindrance? Isn't it about time we took them on, and then the leaders, and particularly Putin, will listen to what we say?
Mr. Speaker, I think I've been very, very clear that when it comes to the case of Alexei Navalny, we've been very, very clear in what our action has been. We took the lead on the OPCW in terms of signing member states up to demand that Russia follows up with a transparent investigation. We led the way with the G7 statement yesterday. So, and in addition to that, there are 6 sanctions against individuals and 1 organisation that we have put in place. So we have been leading from the front when it comes to the case of Alexei Navalny, and when it comes to Russia, I've been very, very clear that what our policy to Russia is clear. We want a different relationship with Russia, and there can be no normalisation in our bilateral relationship until their pattern of aggressive behaviour changes.
Let's head up to Nottingham with Ruth Edwards. Ruth Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my honourable friend agree with me that Russia should only continue to be allowed a seat at the table of international partnerships if it ceases its malign activities?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, we've been very, very clear when it comes to Russia, when it comes to Russian behaviour, what our expectations are. When it comes to the case of Alexei Navalny, Russia must fully respond to the OPCW demands for a transparent investigation and explain how a chemical weapon came to be used against a Russian citizen on Russian soil. And Russia must start to account for itself.
Let's head to Barking with Dame Margaret Hodge. Dame Margaret.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The best way in which we can show our support for Alexei Navalny is not by words, but by actions, not by investigations, but by convictions. Navalny himself has said that he wants the international community to use sanctions against complicit Russian kleptocrats who live outside Russia. He has named Abramovich and Usmanov, both of whom have considerable wealth, property, and links to English football clubs. But on Facebook, Navalny has said that the sanctions haven't worked because, and I quote, the West has refrained from sanctioning the people with the money. Is that true?
Mr. Speaker, sanctions send a clear message to those responsible that the use of chemical weapons is an egregious violation of the international obligations that we must all uphold to keep societies safe. And we continue to work and protect human rights and civil society in Russia. We are considering all options for further action, but as I have previously said, Mr. Speaker, it would be inappropriate, and I'm sure the Right Honourable Lady is aware of that. It would be inappropriate for me to speculate on any future listings.
Let's head to the High Peak with Robert Largan. Robert Largan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The arrest of Mr. Navalny is a disgraceful act by a Putin regime that is clearly terrified of being held to account by the Russian people. Last year, when Mr. Navalny was poisoned, the government took steps to freeze assets of senior figures in the Russian government. Can the minister confirm whether further asset freezes, both of individuals and organisations, are an option the UK is prepared to consider this time?
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to sanctions, we continue to look at this matter. We continue to work and protect and promote human rights, and we are considering all options for further actions. However, it would be inappropriate to speculate on future listings.
Let's head up to Scotland with Stuart Malcolm MacDonald. Stuart Malcolm MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister says that she is appalled by what's happened to Mr. Navalny. She describes the event as despicable. She then goes on to pray and aid the United Kingdom's current G7 presidency as, quote, leading from the front on Russia, and has galvanised the international community. Mr. Speaker, it's a fact. You only have to listen to what members have said in this statement so far, that it's not the international community that the government needs to galvanise, but it needs to galvanise itself, because they won't be trembling in Moscow at anything the minister, who I do like, has had to say this afternoon. And there certainly won't be any winds of relief in Mr. Navalny's prison cell by what she said this afternoon. I don't want her to speculate. I want her to do something. I want her to implement the full recommendations of the ISC report. She owes this House and those protesting in Russia at the weekend an explanation as to why the government flatly refuses to do so.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've made very, very clear, and I think the honourable gentleman quotes my own words, that the UK, so I'll re-quote them, Mr. Speaker, the UK has galvanised the international community in condemnation of these deplorable detentions. And we as G7 President, issued a G7 Foreign Minister statement on the 26th of January. When it comes back to the issue of the Russia report, as I have set out very, very clearly, Russia is a top national security priority for the government, Mr. Speaker. We will be introducing new legislation. I've made that very clear. The National Crime Agency has increased the number of investigations into corrupt elites, and we're also reviewing all Tier 1 investor visas granted before the 5th of April 2015.
Let's head to William with Dusrat Ghani. Dusrat Ghani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the Minister that Russia is a destabilising force with little regard for human rights and international law, and that, of course, impacts us, especially as Russia continues to use its veto to stall the United Nations in investigating genocide. Does the Minister agree with the government's position that the determination of genocide falls to international courts, but when they are in paralysis with countries like Russia having a hold over them, that the obligation to investigate and prevent a genocide falls to domestic courts?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to the issue of Russia and this particular UQ, this is very much about the issue of Navalny and the action that the UK has been taking. I've been very, very clear in the way that we approach this and set out that we absolutely condemn the action, and we call for an immediate release of Navalny.
24 withdrawn, so we go to Sir Edward. Sir Edward Lee.
I support everything the Minister has said in her condemnation of the Putin regime in relation to Mr. Navalny and her balanced approach. Ever since I married my Russian Orthodox wife, I've tried to understand Russia and the sensitivities of the Russian people. So can she make clear that whilst we condemn the Putin regime, there will be nothing Russophobe about our attitude? And this means understanding Russian cultural and historical sensitivities. And in terms of the Council of Europe, sometimes engagement with Russian parliamentarians may be useful. As Winston Churchill said, jaw is better than war.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable gentleman makes a very, very important point, and I have set out today that the fact that we do not that we want a different relationship with Russia, but I absolutely accept that in many cases there are people-to-people links, which are something entirely different. And when it comes to culture, there are many links between our two countries. But let's be absolutely clear that Russia's pattern of aggressive behaviour undermines its claim that it's a responsible international partner upholding the rules-based international system. And we, the UK, will continue to support human rights in Russia and those who seek to defend them.
I suspend the House for 3 minutes to enable the necessary arrangements for the next business to be made. Order. Come on, Bob. Come on, David, go and grab a seat. When you're ready, we'll start. Order! I call the Prime Minister to make a statement. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I'll make a statement on the government's measures to safeguard our United Kingdom against the new variants of COVID, until we've administered enough vaccinations to free ourselves from the virus. And I'm acutely conscious that at this moment, parents are balancing the demands of working from home with supporting the education of their children. Business people are enduring the sight of their shops or restaurants or other enterprises standing empty and idle, and sadly, too many are coping with the anxiety of illness or the tragedy of bereavement. And I'm deeply sorry to say that the number of people that have been taken from us has surpassed 100,000, as the House was discussing only an hour or so ago. And I know that the House will join me in offering condolences to all those who have lost loved ones. The most important thing we can do to honour their memory is to persevere against this virus with ever greater resolve, and that's why we've launched the biggest vaccination programme in British history. 3 weeks ago I reported that the UK had immunised 1.3 million people. Now that figure has multiplied more than fivefold to exceed 6.8 million people, more than any other country in Europe, and over 13% of the entire adult population. In England, we've now delivered first doses to over 4/5 of those aged 80 or over, and over half of those aged between 75 and 79, and 3/4 of elderly care home residents. And though it remains an exacting target, we are on track to achieve our goal of offering a first dose to everyone in the top 4 priority groups by the middle of February. I can also reassure the House that all current evidence shows that both the vaccines we are administering remain effective against the new variant that was first identified in London and the South East by means of our world-leading capability in genomic sequencing. The UK has now sequenced over half of all COVID-19 viral genomes that have been submitted to the global database, 10 times more than any other country. And yesterday, my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, announced our new variant assessment platform, through which we will work with the World Health Organization to offer our expertise to help other countries. Because a new variant anywhere poses a potential threat everywhere. To guard against this danger, we must also take additional steps to strengthen our borders to stop those strains from entering the UK. We've already temporarily closed all travel corridors, and we're already requiring anyone coming into this country to have proof of a negative COVID test taken in the 72 hours before leaving. They must also complete a passenger locator form, which must be checked before they board and then quarantine on arrival for 10 days. I want to make clear that under the stay-at-home regulations, it is illegal to leave home to travel abroad for leisure purposes. And we will enforce this at ports, at airports, by asking people why they are leaving and instructing them to return home if they do not have a valid reason to travel. We have also banned all travel from 22 countries where there is a risk of known variants, including South Africa, Portugal, and South American nations. And in order to reduce the risk posed by UK nationals and residents returning home from these countries, I can announce that we will require all such arrivals who cannot be refused entry to isolate in government-provided accommodation, such as hotels, for 10 days without exception. They will be met at the airport and transported directly into quarantine. The Department for Health and Social Care is working to establish these facilities as quickly as possible. And my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, will set out the details of our plans in her statement shortly. My right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, has this morning spoken to the First Ministers of Scotland and Wales and the First and Deputy First Ministers of Northern Ireland. And as we have throughout this pandemic, we will be working closely with the DAs to implement these new measures so that where possible, we continue with a UK-wide approach. Mr. Speaker, it was the emergence of a new variant, up to 70% more transmissible, that forced England back into lockdown, and I know everyone yearns to know how much longer we must endure these restrictions, with all their consequences for jobs, livelihoods, and most tragically of all, the life chances of our children. We will not persist for a day longer than is necessary, but nor can we relax too soon. Because if we do, we run the risk of our NHS coming under still greater pressure, compelling us to reimpose every restriction and sustain those restrictions for longer. So far, our efforts do appear to have reduced the R rate, but we do not yet have enough data to know exactly how soon it will be safe to reopen our society and economy. At this point, we don't have enough data to judge the full effect of vaccines in blocking transmission, nor the extent and speed with which the vaccines will reduce hospitalizations and deaths, nor how quickly the combination of vaccinations and the lockdown can be expected to ease the pressure on the NHS. What we do know is that we remain in a perilous situation, with more than 37,000 patients now in hospital with COVID, almost double the peak of the first wave. But the overall picture should be clearer by mid-February. By then, we will know much more about the effect of vaccines in preventing hospitalizations and deaths, using data from the UK, but also other nations like Israel. We will know how successful the current restrictions have been in driving down infections. We will also know how many people are still in hospital with COVID, which we simply can't predict with certainty today. So we will then be in a better position to chart a course out of lockdown without risking a further surge that would overwhelm the NHS. When I announced the lockdown, I said we would review its measures in mid-February once the most vulnerable had been offered the first dose of the vaccine. So I can tell the House that when Parliament returns from recess in the week commencing the 22nd of February, subject to the full agreement of the House, Mr. Speaker, we intend to set out the results of that review and publish our plan for taking the country out of lockdown. That plan will, of course, depend on the continued success of our vaccination programme, the capacity of the NHS, and on deaths falling at the pace we would expect as more people are inoculated. Our aim will be to set out a gradual and phased approach towards easing the restrictions in a sustainable way, guided by the principles we've observed throughout the pandemic, beginning with the most important principle of all, that reopening schools must be our national priority. And the first sign of normality beginning to return should be pupils going back to their classrooms. I know how parents and teachers need as much certainty as possible, including 2 weeks' notice of the return of face-to-face teaching. So I must inform the House that for the reasons I have outlined, it will not be possible to reopen schools immediately after the February half-term. And I know how frustrating that will be for pupils and teachers who want nothing more than to get back to the classroom, and for parents and for carers who've spent so many months juggling their day jobs, not only with homeschooling, but with meeting the myriad other demands of their children from breakfast until bedtime. And I know too the worries we all share about the mental health of our young people during this prolonged period of being stuck at home. So our plan for leaving the lockdown will set out our approach towards reopening schools. If we achieve our target of vaccinating everyone in the four most vulnerable groups with their first dose by the 15th of February, and every passing day sees more progress towards that goal, then those groups that have developed immunity from the virus about 3 weeks later, that is by the 8th of March, we hope it will therefore be safe to begin the reopening of schools from Monday the 8th of March, with other economic and social restrictions being removed thereafter as and when the data permits. Then or thereafter, I should say, Mr. Speaker. As we're extending the period of remote learning beyond the middle of February, I can confirm that the government will prolong arrangements for providing free school meals for those eligible children not in school, including food parcels and the National Voucher Scheme, until they've returned to the classroom. We can also commit now that, as we did this financial year, we will provide a programme of catch-up over the next financial year. And this will involve a further £300 million of new money to schools for tutoring. And we will work in collaboration with the education sector to develop, as appropriate, specific initiatives for summer schools and a COVID premium to support catch-up. But we recognise that these extended school closures have had a huge impact on children's learning, which will take more than a year to make up. So we will work with parents, teachers and schools to develop a long-term plan to make sure pupils have the chance to make up their learning over the course of this Parliament. I know, Mr. Speaker, that the measures I'm setting out today will be deeply frustrating to many honourable friends and colleagues and disappointing for all of us. But the way forward has been clear ever since the vaccines arrived. And as we inoculate more people hour by hour, this is the time to hold our nerve in the end game of the battle against the virus. And our goal now must be to buy the extra weeks we need to immunise the most vulnerable and get this virus under control so that together we can defeat this most wretched disease, reclaim our lives once and for all. And Mr. Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
I'm now going to call the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer, who is participating virtually. Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Prime Minister for advance sight of his statement. Mr. Speaker, to lose 100,000 people to this virus is nothing short of a national tragedy. It is a stark number, an empty chair at the kitchen table, a person obviously taken before their time. And today, we should remember that. And we should mark the moment by learning the lessons of the last year to make sure that the same mistakes are not made again. Of course, any government would have struggled with this pandemic. I get that. The British people get that. But the reality is that Britain is the first country in Europe to suffer 100,000 deaths. And we have one of the highest death rates in the world. And the Prime Minister often says that he's been balancing the health restrictions against economic risks. But that simply doesn't wash, because alongside that high death toll, we also have the deepest recession of any major economy, the lowest growth of any major economy, and we're on course to have one of the slowest recoveries of any major economy. So for all the contrition and sympathy that the Prime Minister expresses, and I recognise how heartfelt that is, the truth is this was not inevitable. It wasn't just bad luck. It's the result of a huge number of mistakes by the Prime Minister during the course of this pandemic. We were too slow into lockdown last March, too slow to get protective equipment to the front line, and of course too slow to protect our care homes. Mr. Speaker, 20% of deaths in this pandemic have come from care home residents, 20%. And I really don't think that the Prime Minister and the Health Secretary understand just how offensive it was to pretend that there was a protective ring around our care homes. The government had the chance over the summer to learn from those mistakes in the first wave and prepare for a second wave and a challenging winter. I put that challenge to the Prime Minister in June, but that chance was wasted. The government then went on to fail to deliver an effective test, trace and isolate system, despite all of the warnings. They failed to deliver clear and reliable public messaging, crucial in a pandemic. 1 minute telling people to go to work, then to do the complete opposite. And the Prime Minister has failed on a number of occasions to follow the scientific advice that the virus was getting out of control. First in September, when that advice was given, and the failure to implement a circuit break or lockdown over half term as we suggested. Then in December with the fiasco over Christmas mixing. And once again, in the 13-day delay from December 22nd, when that further medical advice was given and the third national lockdown was finally introduced. As a result, we've seen a third wave more deadly than the first and second waves. Mr. Speaker, 50,000 people have died since November the 11th. 50,000 deaths in 77 days. That's a scarcely believable toll on the British people. Now, in isolation, any of these mistakes are perhaps understandable. Taken together, it's a damning indictment of how the government has handled this pandemic. The Prime Minister says, well, now is not the time to answer the question why. That's the answer he gave back in the summer after the first wave, that then was not the time to answer why. He said the same after the second wave. And he says it again now, each time repeating the mistakes over and over again. That's why now is the time to ask and answer the question why. The way out of this nightmare has now been provided by our amazing scientists, our NHS, our armed forces, and hundreds of thousands of volunteers. The vaccine programme is making incredible progress. The British people have come together to deliver what is the largest peacetime effort in our history. And despite the Prime Minister's constant complaining, all of us are doing whatever we can to help that vaccine roll out as swiftly and as safely as possible. On schools, first I have to say, even for this Prime Minister, it's quite something to open schools one day, close them the next, to call them vectors of transmission, and then to challenge me to say that the schools he's closed are safe. Only now to give a statement where he says that schools can't open until the 8th of March at the earliest because it's not safe to do so. That's his analysis. It's the sort of nonsense that's led us to the highest death toll in Europe and the worst recession. But of course we welcome any steps forward in reopening schools. And we're going to look at the detail of how the Education Secretary plans to deliver this and the plans to deliver online learning. And I also hope the Prime Minister will take seriously our proposal, echoed incidentally by the Children's Commissioner and the Conservative Chair of the Education Select Committee, that once the first 4 categories of the most vulnerable have been vaccinated by mid-February, he should bring forward the vaccination of key workers and use that window of the February half term to vaccinate all school staff, including every teacher and teaching assistant. There's a clear week there when that could be done, and it should be done. On borders, we'll look at the detail.
Order. I've got to say, I hope the Right Honourable Gentleman's coming to the end is well past the 5 minutes that's allocated.
Mr. Speaker, on borders, Mr. Speaker, we'll look at the Prime Minister's statement in detail and obviously hear what the Home Secretary has to say. But Mr. Speaker, in due course, there will be a public inquiry and the Prime Minister will have to answer question. But I hope that he can finally answer this very simple and direct question. Because yesterday, the Prime Minister was maintaining the government had done, his words, everything we could to save lives. So is he really saying to those grieving families that their loss was just inevitable and that none of the 100,000 deaths could have been avoided? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Terrible misjudgment. Mr. Speaker, if the Right Honourable Gentleman asks about mistakes, and I've said there will be a time to reflect and to analyse, to learn lessons and to prepare. But I may say to him that I believe the biggest mistake that he has made is in seeking continually to attack what the government has been trying to do at every opportunity, supporting one week and then attacking the very same policy the next week. And he complains about confusion of messages, Mr. Speaker. How much has he actually done as leader of the opposition to reassure the public, for instance, about NHS test and trace, which has done a very good job, I notice, of confining him for the third time. What has he done to reassure people about messaging rather than attacking confusion and trying to sow doubt about what the government is doing? I think there was a very different path open to him at the beginning of this pandemic, and I think it's a great pity that he hasn't taken it. If I may say so, on schools, Mr. Speaker, he knows perfectly well that the problem is not that schools are unsafe. They are not unsafe. Schools are safe, and he should say it. And his union paymasters should hear him say it loud and clear. The problem is that, Mr. Speaker, that they bring communities together. Obviously, large numbers of kids are a considerable vector of transmission. It's not that there's any particular extra risk, Mr. Speaker, to those involved in education. And I heard with interest what he had to say about his proposal for changing the JCVI priority list. And I really think that the Right Honourable Gentleman should reflect on what he is saying. Because the JCVI priority list, 1 to 9, is designed by experts, by clinicians, to prioritise, Mr. Speaker, those groups who are most likely to die or to suffer from coronavirus. And by trying to change that, and saying that he wants now to bring in other groups of public sector workers to be decided by politicians rather than by the JCVI, he has to explain which vaccines he would take from which vulnerable groups, Mr. Speaker, to make sense of his policy, because that is what he is doing. And that is what the Labour proposal would involve. And indeed, by making it more difficult for us to vaccinate all those vulnerable groups in the fastest possible way, Mr. Speaker, that policy, that Labour policy, would actually delay our route out of lockdown, delay our ability to get kids back into school in the way that they want. So I urge him to think again, or at least to explain which members of those vulnerable groups would be deprived of vaccines in order to follow the Labour policy. And all I can say, Mr. Speaker, having listened carefully to what the Honourable Gentleman had to say, is that everybody will have to answer questions at the end of this. And I think all politicians, let me put it this way, all politicians will be asked what they did, what we did, collaboratively, working together for the people of our country to beat this virus. And I'm not sure that upon reflection, the Right Honourable Gentleman's choice was the right one, either for his party or the country.
Let's head to Surrey, to the Chair of the Select Committee, Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Monday, Baroness Harding said that 40% of the people asked to self-isolate by NHS test and trace weren't fully doing so, which works out at a worrying 30,000 people every single day who are potentially still spreading the virus, many of them still going to work. Because this is such a big threat to our containment strategy for the virus, I wonder if the Prime Minister could say what he thinks we need to do to deal with this, and in particular, whether it is now time to consider making a blanket offer to those asked to self-isolate that we will make good any salary they lose, because in the end that may be cheaper than having to extend furlough if the case rate remains high.
I very much respect my right honourable friend's suggestion, and I understand the logic of what he is saying, but I believe that the people of this country should be isolating, self-isolating in the way that the Right Honourable General Leader of the Opposition is rightly doing, on the basis that it's the right thing for themselves, for their families and for the country. They do get support where needed of £500, and there are very considerable fines for failing to do it. And I think that is the right way forward, and I hope he will join me in commending prompt action by everybody who is asked to self-isolate. It's the right thing to do for you, for your family and for the country.
Let's head up to Scotland, to the Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me thank the Prime Minister for an advanced copy of his statement. Mr. Speaker, as we know, yesterday the UK reached yet another terrible milestone, 100,000 COVID-related deaths. Today, it is only right that we reflect on all of those who have lost their lives during this pandemic, and our thoughts and prayers are most especially with their families, those who are left with the heaviest burden of grief. In time, there will be a reckoning on the UK government's response to this virus, and it's clear that that verdict may well be damning. In the here and now, though, it remains our job to focus on how we can support and save as many people as possible in the weeks and months ahead. That means a renewed commitment to maintaining public health, but it also must mean a renewed package of financial support for all of those Prime Ministers who've been left behind by this Tory government. Right now, COVID is the immediate threat to life, but poverty remains a killer too. In 2019, the IPPR revealed that Tory austerity cuts over the previous decade had resulted in as many as 130,000 preventable deaths. The Prime Minister promised not to repeat Tory austerity. If people are to believe him, then he should start by making three important announcements today. Extend the furlough scheme for the full duration of the pandemic, maintain the uplift to universal credit and apply it to legacy benefits, and put in place a package of support for the 3 million included. Prime Minister, 11th hour announcements have got to stop. These decisions can't wait until the budget in March. People need certainty now. I asked the Prime Minister these same questions at Prime Minister's Questions, but failed to get a straight answer. So please try again, Prime Minister. Will his government extend furlough, maintain the universal credit uplift and offer support for the 3 million excluded? And finally, Mr. Speaker, on international travel. Both the Scottish and Welsh governments want to go further on quarantining measures than what his UK government is proposing. Will the Prime Minister stop his half measures and enjoin the governments in Scotland and Wales in stricter enforcements on international travel? That, Prime Minister, would be leadership.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to what the devolved administrations do later, but I can tell the House that we're putting in the toughest measures of virtually anywhere in the world, and my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, will be setting out the detail in due course. And I can tell him that this country, through the might of the UK Treasury, as my right honourable friend the Chancellor has said many times, has been able to look after people across the UK. It's thanks to the UK government that we have the furlough scheme, the bounce back loans, the many other forms of support, and it's thanks to the UK that we have, for instance, the Army able to move people in distress with COVID in remote parts of Scotland to the hospitals where they need to get to, and indeed the British Army helping across Scotland, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say, to distribute the vaccines that are so essential for our fight back from this virus. So I hope that he will abandon his nationalist position, narrow nationalist position, and look at the achievements of the UK overall. And I think it is a fine thing. It'd be a wonderful thing, by the way, if the Scottish Nationalist Party for a moment would stop talking about their desire for a referendum, Mr. Speaker, while we are trying to deal with a pandemic.
David Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister is very properly concerned to protect our National Health Service, and particularly to prevent hospitals and intensive care units being overwhelmed this winter. My question is about the scope to enhance primary care to reduce the need for COVID patients to go to hospital in the first place. New Canadian studies published this week, 4,500 people, show the use of colchicine has cut hospital admissions by 25% and death rates by almost half. Similarly, ivermectin studies, some of them have shown 75% reductions in death rates. What scope is there to act quickly to enhance our primary care level to protect populations and hospitals this winter? This winter, not next winter.
I can tell my right honourable friend he makes a very important point, and that the Therapeutics Task Force is currently reviewing both the drugs that he mentions, and I'll make sure that he is kept up to speed with their findings.
Let's head to Sir Ed Davey. Ed Davey.
Mr. Speaker, as of 6:30 p.m. yesterday, the UK has the worst recorded death rate by head of population in the world. This is a grave moment for our country. I'm sure all our hearts go out to the families who have lost loved ones. Last week, the Prime Minister told me he was still not prepared to launch the inquiry into the COVID crisis that he promised 6 months ago. So instead, today, will he at least tell the country that he will launch this inquiry sometime this year, so we can find out why our country has seen the worst death rates from COVID in the world, learn the lessons, and give bereaved families the answers and the justice he owes them.
Mr. Speaker, once again, Madam Deputy Speaker, once again, the right honourable gentleman has the answer contained in his question, because this country is going through a very grievous bout of a deadly pandemic. He rightly draws attention to the death toll of 100,000, and as he knows, there are currently 37,000 people in hospital, and the entire British state is working flat out to bring that virus under control and to get us through this pandemic and out the other side. And now is, as I've told him before, not the right time to consecrate the energies and efforts of officialdom. It would be huge to an inquiry, though, as I have said before, I said last night, and I'll reassure him again today, yes, of course, there will be a time to learn lessons, to reflect, and to understand, and to prepare, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Now we go to Richard Drax.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome and thank my right honourable friend for his upbeat statement, which offers much needed hope to a beleaguered nation, rather contrary to Captain Hindsight's contribution. With the successful inoculation programme in full swing, his plan to break free from lockdowns and restrictions is critical. Variants or no variants, does my right honourable friend agree that the lives and livelihoods of millions of our citizens now depend on a more proportionate response to this pandemic, which will require political courage to initiate?
Mr. Speaker, I very much respect the point of view of my honourable friend, who has long been a keen and justified campaigner for liberty, and I share his instincts very strongly. But I must tell him that we will continue to be cautious in our approach, because we do not wish to see more lives lost than we can possibly avoid, Mr. Speaker. And so that's why what we will do is continue with the rollout of the vaccine programme, the fastest in Europe, and currently, and on February the 15th, as I just said to the House, we will look at where we are, and we will be setting out a roadmap, which I hope will be useful to him and to all colleagues throughout the House on February the 22nd.
And now we go to Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank the Prime Minister. Would the Prime Minister confirm what discussions have taken place with his counterparts in education to give ample time for teachers to either plan their online teaching with special reference to children who cannot or will not be able to access their online classes? I agree with the Prime Minister. I think it's better that the children are back in their classrooms. But can the Prime Minister ensure that all the teaching staff, especially the special needs teachers, will be a priority for the vaccine rollout? And can he also confirm that there will be no shortage of vaccine, as was indicated on the press today? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, forgive me. We're rolling out 1.3 million laptops. We're making sure that pupils have access to online learning wherever possible. But the most important thing is, as the right honourable gentleman has rightly said, is get kids back in school as soon as we sensibly can. That's what this government is determined to do. I want to reassure him about the vaccination programme. He mentioned anxieties about supply. As I stand before you today, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm confident that we'll deliver on the February the 15th pledge and that we'll continue to be able to drive up. I see my honourable friend, the Minister for the vaccine rollout, confirming that we will be able to continue that accelerating curve of supply as well.
Christian Wakefoot.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I join with members from across the House in sending my deepest of condolences to each and every one of the individuals who's tragically passed away as a result of COVID. However, during this extremely difficult time, I have nothing but admiration for the army of volunteers working tirelessly in my constituency and across the country. Will the Prime Minister join me in thanking organisations like the Fed, Jewish Volunteering Network, Heads Up and Porch Boxers, along with all those who've done so much to protect the vulnerable and the needy in Prestwich, Radcliffe and Whitefield?
Mr. Speaker, I will indeed join my honourable friend in paying tribute to those volunteers in his constituency. They join a huge constellation of shining points of light across our country. It's been one of the most extraordinary things. One of the consolations, one of the few consolations of this crisis has been the upsurge, Madam Deputy Speaker, there has been in volunteering.
Now we go to Debbie Abrams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I also associate my remarks with others and express my sincerest condolences to everyone who's lost a loved one, and particularly the constituents who I spoke with last night. Madam Deputy Speaker, Professor Sir Michael Marmot's recent report pointed to 4 drivers which have contributed to the high and unequal death toll in the UK. He identified the governance and political culture which has damaged social cohesion and inclusivity, the widening inequalities in power, money and resources, the regressive austerity policies over the last 10 years, and the declining life expectancy and healthy life expectancy of the poorest, particularly women, which is amongst the worst of all comparable economies. Professor Marmot has called for the government to address these issues and to build back fairer. So will the Prime Minister and his cabinet listen to him?
I have a very high regard, Madam Deputy Speaker, for Michael Marmot and worked closely with him for many years, and I believe his advice is invaluable, and we will indeed be making sure that as we come through this pandemic, we look at the way it has impacted on the poorest and the most vulnerable, and indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will build back fairer.
And now we go to James Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The vaccine rollout now offers hope and relief to vulnerable people who have spent months living in fear and in isolation. To hear that 6.8 million vaccines have now been delivered is an amazing achievement, and I thank everyone involved in this rollout. The mass vaccination hubs are an important part of the scheme, but many of my constituents with mobility issues are worried they're going to miss out on their vaccine because they can't make the journey to one of these larger hubs. Could the Prime Minister give them reassurance that they will be offered a vaccine locally or even in their own homes, and anyone unable to travel will be fully supported?
The Honourable Lady raises a very important point, and I hope she will give this reassurance to her constituents that they need to have no anxieties about that. They don't have to go to the vaccination centres. They can either go to their GP surgeries or indeed they will be visited in their own home.
Now we go to Julie Elliott.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I add my condolences to those already expressed to the victims, their families and friends of this awful illness. One of the challenges children and adults working from home, the time now for children extended today by the Prime Minister, in addition to devices and connectivity, is the lack of digital skills. This week, I was made aware of an online scam asking people to put their financial information into a very plausible fake NHS website in order to get the vaccine. What is the Prime Minister doing to tackle this criminal activity, preying on often vulnerable people waiting for the vaccine? And also, what is the Prime Minister doing to ensure that individuals, young and old, have the digital skills they need to protect themselves, learn from home and work from home?
The Honourable Lady is absolutely right about the importance of digital skills and of connectivity, and that's why we're massively increasing, for instance, gigabit broadband across the country, superfast broadband, and making sure that people have the technology that they need. She raises a particularly important point about online scams, and these are a problem. And I can tell her that we're working across government to beat these fraudsters, to root them out, led by the Cabinet Office. And if she'd be kind enough to send me details of the case that she mentions, we will feed it into our system immediately.
And now we go to Greg Clark.
Hi.
Do we have the sound working for Mr. Clark?
What's going on? Hello, Greg.
Apologise to the honourable member that the system, we appear to be hearing the sound engineers. Perhaps we will leave that for a moment. We'll come back to the honourable member for Tunbridge Wells, and meanwhile we'll go to York, hopefully to Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The evidence shows that the government's approach to easing the lockdown before Christmas meant that crowds of people came to York, despite my warnings, spreading the infection in the retail, hospitality and transport sectors because they could travel to a lower tier and were off guard in my community. The result has been devastating. It was completely unsafe and completely avoidable. Will the Prime Minister commit not to return to a tiered system where people can freely move the infection from one place to another? What steps will he take to avoid this catastrophe from happening again? And can I meet with one of his ministers to discuss York's tragic experience over Christmas?
Madam Deputy Speaker, as soon as we were informed of the extra transmissibility, 50 to 70% faster of the new variant, we took all the action that we could. And I would just remind the Honourable Lady that the best thing we can do for the people of York now is to make sure that we keep this virus under control and with the measures that we are, the tough measures that we have, and that we all come forward for the vaccine. I would urge her to get her constituents to come forward and take that vaccine. They're going great guns in Yorkshire. I think my memory is in Yorkshire, I think they're taking more vaccine than virtually anywhere else in the country. And I congratulate the people of Yorkshire on what they're doing. But we're now coming into the last furlong of the JCVI 1 to 4, and it would be great to get 100% of the people of Yorkshire in the course of the next few days.
Now we go to my esteemed constituency neighbour, Robert Halfon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In all the gloom of the tragedy of COVID, will my Right Honourable Friend pay tribute to the staff and volunteers working so hard to scale up the programme of vaccinations in Harlow and delivering the life-saving vaccine to thousands of residents in our new mass vaccination centre? I know he wants schools and colleges to open sooner rather than later, and I really welcome what he has said today about catch up, the extra funding, free school meals, and above all, the education plan for a COVID recovery. Will he ensure the catch up fund also helps children with mental health problems? And will he work with a coalition of the willing, such as the Children Commissioner and other educationalists, to get all our children back in the classroom?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker. I join my right honourable friend in congratulating the volunteers, not just the NHS, the Army and the pharmacies, but the volunteers who are making the vaccine rollout possible. And yes, I can tell my right honourable friend that we are putting extra funding into mental health problems, particularly for children and young people, and the funding that we've announced every year of more than 2 billion extra, 3 billion extra, Mr. Speaker, I think will go to help 345,000 children as well.
Thank you. And now we go to Judith Cummins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. ONS data shows that key workers and those in manual and public-facing jobs are at the highest risk of dying from coronavirus. Bradford is a key worker city, and tragically, over 1,000 Bradfordians have now died from the virus. When the most vulnerable groups have been vaccinated, will the Prime Minister ensure that priority is then given to frontline workers who have played such a key role in keeping the country going during the pandemic, often with a high risk to their personal safety, including police officers, teachers, shop workers, bus and taxi drivers, and many others who are just unable to work from home? So when will he publish his plan for the next stage of the vaccine rollout?
Can I just congratulate the Honourable Lady for being so much more sensible than her party leader, who was saying that he wants to interrupt the vaccine rollout for the vulnerable groups, Madam Deputy Speaker, and decide politically to who should get the vaccine. I think we should leave it to the Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation for the JCVI to decide the most vulnerable groups. That's what we're going to do. That's the fastest way to deal with those who are most likely to die. I see she's shaking her head. She actually disagrees with the suggestion that she's just made, but I think that it's an excellent suggestion and she should stick to it.
Now we go to Joy Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I thank the Prime Minister for his commitment to reopen schools as soon as possible. And may I also thank him for the vaccine rollout. But what I'm asking today on behalf of children everywhere, as a mother of a 9-year-old, I can see that children, young children, are struggling. And their cognitive development is determined at this age. We are storing up a lifetime of problems of anxiety, mental health, obesity by having all of our young primary age children at home. And please, may I urge the Prime Minister to have courage in these final months to bring children, particularly primary age children, back to school as quickly as possible.
My honourable friend is completely right, and I know that she speaks for millions of mothers and millions of parents across the country who want our kids to be back in school and who are anxious about the gaps in their learning that may be arising as a result of this pandemic. We're going to do everything we can to plug those gaps. She's heard what I've said about catch-up funds, about the investments that we're making in tuition, in one-to-one tutorials, but it will go on not just this year, but next year and throughout this Parliament until we've made up the ground for those kids, because they deserve it. And we will, of course, work as fast as possible to get schools open, but we must do it in a way that is cautious and proportionate.
Now we go to Alison Thewlis.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many people on low incomes and in precarious work still cannot afford to self-isolate on the UK's meagre level of statutory sick pay, and some aren't even entitled to that. So can I ask the Prime Minister, what impact does he feel the UK having one of the lowest rates of statutory sick pay has had in the death rate, and will he increase it now as a matter of urgency to help people do the right thing and stay safe?
Madam Deputy Speaker, in addition to statutory sick pay and universal credit, there is of course also the £500 that we make available to those in need of it, and that is the right way forward. I'm afraid she's not right in what she says about the levels of statutory sick pay in this country. They compare favourably with countries around the world.
And now we go to Peter Bone.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government ordered the COVID vaccine early. They have delivered it efficiently, and we now have 11% of the population vaccinated. Compare that with the European Union, where because of their bureaucracy, inefficiency, and petty politics, they ordered the vaccine late, they delivered it inefficiently, and have only vaccinated 2% of their population. Prime Minister, it is not just a great credit to your leadership and your government that we have delivered the vaccination so quickly, but also, is it not one of the great advantages of having left the European Union?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, what I will say is that we certainly were able to use speed and agility to deliver on the programme that we needed to do. And I think it would have been a great pity, Madam Deputy Speaker, if we'd followed the advice of the leader of the opposition and the Labour Party, who said stay in the EU vaccines programme, who wanted to get rid of big pharmaceutical companies in the crazed Corbynite agenda on which the leader of the opposition stood at the last election, and who attacked the vaccine task force that secured 367 million doses of vaccine. So, Mr. Speaker, I do think that we've been able to do things differently and better, but in some ways, but it is early days, and it is very, very important to remember that this is an international venture, these vaccines. We depend on our friends and partners, and we will continue, Mr. Speaker, to work with those friends and partners in the EU and beyond.
Thank you. I didn't want to interrupt the honourable member for Wellingborough while he was in full virtual rhetorical flow, but he knows that he mustn't address the Prime Minister as you, and he mustn't say, "What are you doing, Prime Minister?" He must address the chair, and he's setting a bad example as a senior member of this House, as are many senior members of this House, to new members who have yet to learn the proper mode of address. We must be careful during this time of virtual proceedings not to let standards fall. We now go to Andrew Gwynn.
Thank you. I support the vaccination programme. My clinical commissioning groups have been amongst the best in England at rolling out the COVID vaccine, a real success story for the communities I represent, who've been placed under restrictions since the 29th of July. But today the NHS has said it will cut by 1/3 the future vaccine supplies to the Northwest so the rest can catch up. That's worrying if true. So can I ask the Prime Minister about logistics? What impact does he think withholding vaccines to the Northwest will have? Will second jabs be delayed still further, or will the next cohort of first jabs need to be rescheduled, leaving those people unprotected for longer?
Mr. Speaker, I can confirm to the honourable gentleman that I will make sure that his constituents get exactly what they need for the rollout to the 1 to 4 groups. I'm assured by my honourable friend, the Minister for Vaccines, there is no such delay, and I'm delighted that he now supports the vaccination. Perhaps he could repudiate the policy on which he stood to destroy the pharmaceutical companies that have made them possible, and perhaps he could dissociate himself from previous Labour attacks on the vaccine task force that secured the doses on which he now relies.
We now go to Laura Trott.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the emphasis today on school return. It is absolutely vital. We know the devastating impact that being out of school has on children's mental health. The Prime Minister is absolutely right. Schools are safe to return. There is now firm evidence that particularly primary schools do not contribute to the spread of this vicious disease. Will the Prime Minister commit to sharing this evidence with teachers, parents and students so they can be reassured that regardless of vaccine, schools are safe to return?
The Honourable Lady is spot on. Schools are safe, and the only issue with opening schools, as I said to the House earlier on, Madam Deputy Speaker, is of course that you add to the overall budget of transmission by opening them, because you bring lots of households together. Obviously, that's what a school does. But schools are safe. They are wonderful places, and I support my honourable friend in wanting to get them open as soon as possible.
Now we go to Paul Blomfield.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have self-employed constituents who are coming up to a year without support. businesses in supply chains unable to furlough staff, newly established businesses and others who've fallen foul of administrative deadlines, as obviously do other members. Now, I welcome the support that has been provided, but will the Prime Minister agree to consider those who have fallen through the gaps? And in answering, can I ask him not to repeat the list of what has been done, but to say what he will do now to support those excluded, including considering the cross-party proposal for a targeted income grant scheme?
Madam Deputy Speaker, he makes an excellent point, one that's been made many times across this House, and we will of course do everything we can to assist those who are hard to identify and who don't, for HMRC purposes, are not easy to, whose incomes and whose entitlements are not easy, therefore, to calculate. The group is in fact far smaller than you sometimes hear in this House, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the cases can be very complex, but we remain committed to doing everything we can to help people throughout the pandemic.
And now we go to Sir David Amess.
I join with my right honourable friend in celebrating the success of our vaccination programme, which is working well in Southend. I also welcome my right honourable friend's remarks about education. However, would he join me in reminding people that if they accept an invitation to be vaccinated, they should keep that appointment, and we should all help elderly people to do that. Otherwise, vaccinators will have to make the very difficult decision at short notice what to do with those spare vaccines.
Absolutely. My right honourable friend makes a very important point. We must get people to take up their appointments, to take up the vaccines when they are offered. There are some groups who are proving tough to reach, and I look forward to all members across the House working together to encourage people in a positive way of the advantages of a vaccine. It's a wonderful thing. Go and get it if you get a message to do so.
And now we go to Ian Lavery.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Half-life expectancy for men at birth in the first ward of my constituency of Wansbeck is 52 years of age, whilst in Aikenham, in the Prime Minister's constituency, it's 71 years of age, and that trend looks to get only wider. Can the Prime Minister explain to the people of my constituency why his government is so eager to avoid a vaccine postcode lottery by diverting our supply from the northeast southwards to more prosperous regions in the country, simply because the NHS in our area have done an absolutely fantastic job, whilst at the same time the government has done nothing to tackle the postcode lottery of healthy life expectancy. That varies so widely across this country. And can I urge the Prime Minister to consider whether the same actions would have been taken if the shoe had been on the other foot?
Before I ask the Prime Minister to answer the question, I must beg for questions from members. I know that people are sitting at home and the opportunity to make a speech makes them want to speak for longer once they actually have the attention of the House. But please, we will never get on to the next statement or let the Prime Minister go to complete all the promises he's made today if we don't get this statement finished. Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable gentleman and I share an ambition. We want to unite and level up, and across the whole of the UK. That's the mission of this government, that's why I'm afraid he's totally wrong in what he says about the rollout of the vaccines. We're making sure that everywhere gets what they need for the JCVI groups 1 to 4 by February the 15th. That is what we are doing and will continue to do. But I'm delighted, by the way, by his conversion to the vaccines. I seem to have read somewhere that he seemed a bit sceptical, Madam Deputy Speaker, about there he goes, smirking away. It's not a smirking matter. It's absolutely crucial. Tell your constituents, he should tell his constituents, Madam Deputy Speaker, to get a vaccination.
Sir Desmond Swain.
To lift lockdown, will he focus exclusively on the progress of vaccinations of those who are most likely to be hospitalised if infected? Mission creep beyond hospitalisations will inevitably lead to the diminution of our sense of urgency to lift the restrictions, wouldn't it?
My honourable friend is completely right, and he gets to the heart of the problem in the policy that's been announced, the pretend policy that's been announced by the party opposite. Because if you were, Madam Deputy Speaker, to interfere with the JCVI 1 to 9 list, which is intended to target those most vulnerable, those most at risk of dying or of hospitalisation, you would, of course, and interpolate it with other people appointed by politicians, you would, of course, take vaccines away from the more vulnerable groups, and, as the Honourable Gentleman rightly says, you would delay our ability to move forward out of lockdown. He is spot on.
And now we go to Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like many places, in Luton, we are challenged to reduce cases of COVID as a large number of people work in jobs where it's not possible to work from home. What is the government doing to support businesses to reduce workplace transmission? Will those plans include decent sick pay and rolling out of home rapid test kits to small and medium-sized employers to support reducing this risk?
She makes an excellent point about the need to roll out rapid test kits, and that is happening in communities and towns, cities across the country, and I commend her for supporting them. They may not be the total answer, of course not, to fighting this disease, but they're extremely useful in isolating asymptomatic cases and helping us to drive down the R rate in local communities.
Bob Stewart.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could I ask my good and honourable friend, Prime Minister, if priority lists for vaccinations will be reviewed after tiers 1 to 4 are complete, particularly for groups that we're having emails from, such as police officers, supermarket cashiers, teachers, home carers, and people with learning disabilities, some of whom seem to be disproportionately afflicted by COVID-19. Thank you.
Yes. Of course he's right to raise that, and I thank my honourable friend, but I just repeat what I said earlier to the Right Honourable Gentleman Leader of the Opposition. It follows from everything that I've said that teachers in the vulnerable groups, in that list of groups 1 to 9, police officers in those groups, supermarket workers, cashiers in those groups, people with learning disabilities, they are our priority, Madam Deputy Speaker, and they are our priority because it's by vaccinating them that we'll be able to reduce I'm afraid, the tragic death toll that we would otherwise see.
Now we go to Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Staff at Hull Royal Infirmary and Castle Hill have been magnificent during this pandemic, but they are used to making people better, and the death toll on staff is taking its toll, and they are physically exhausted. So I wanted to know what the Prime Minister is planning to do to support exhausted staff in dealing with the ever-growing waiting lists which they will face once the COVID threats has subsided.
I thank her very much. I think it was Simon Stevens, the Chief Executive of NHS England, who put it best yesterday when he said that the best thing we could do for our NHS staff, and she's absolutely right, Madam Deputy Speaker, in what she says about the stress that the NHS has been operating under these last few weeks, the pressure that they're under. The best thing we can do now is to keep this infection rate going down, to roll out the vaccination, and indeed to make sure that all NHS staff are vaccinated, which, as she knows, they are in the JCVI 1 to 4 group. They are our priority for February the 15th.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The rollout of the vaccine has been a truly heroic effort by absolutely everybody involved, not least to remain on track to get the top 4 priority groups their first dose by the middle of February. Every vaccine brings hope. But there is also an incredible amount of anxiety in the country, not least by business owners unable to trade, families juggling home learning, withholding down jobs. So can I urge my right honourable friend, as he looks at rightly lifting the restrictions, to be really clear with all of our constituents precisely what "when the data permits" means, so that there can be absolute clarity as to what needs to happen to lift each tier of the restrictions?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and I will, of course, be setting all this out in the course of the next few weeks. But what I can tell the House is that some obvious things that the House can see for itself. We need to be sure that the vaccine rollout continues to go at the pace with the success that it currently is. We need to make sure that we're targeting all those groups, reducing the overall level of vulnerability in the population. We need to make sure clearly that the vaccine is working, or the vaccines are working, because there are at least 2 now, in the sense that they're driving down the mortality rate of those elderly and vulnerable groups. We need to start to see that, Madam Deputy Speaker. The promising signs from Israel, we haven't yet seen in this country the data that would help us to be absolutely confident of that point. Then, of course, the pressures on the NHS and other important considerations, to say nothing of the very important economic considerations that he also raises. But I can assure him that there will be much more that we'll be setting out in the course of the next weeks to give reassurance and certainty as far as we can to all our constituents.
Now we go to Lloyd Russell-Moyle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When Australia had a second wave, they held an inquiry. It showed the failures of the private contractors in the system of quarantine that they were running. They learnt from it. The minister resigned, and they are better, and now they are almost COVID-free. The Prime Minister is so right in saying that, of course, every government will make mistakes. But why won't the Prime Minister open an inquiry now so we can learn those mistakes and we don't keep repeating them, like delays in lockdown and delays in school opening, and actually start to turn this thing around? Will he commit here and now to do a short, sharp public inquiry, as my committee suggested, and so that we can all be the better for it?
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman, indeed to the work of his committee, and I know that those conclusions, along with many others, will be studied with care. But I know you want brief answers, Madam Deputy, so I really will direct him to the answers I've already given to his right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, on that point, and many others throughout the day. Of course, we will learn the lessons, but at the height of the pandemic, we would have to concentrate a huge amount of official and health sector time to an inquiry when we need to get on with beating the virus.
Now we go to Craig Tracy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the rollout of the vaccine has been an undoubted success for the government, but it brings us to a point where people now want to understand the path ahead to give them something to aim towards. I welcome the clarity Prime Minister's given today on schools, but in the coming days, can you also give a clear route map which sets out the potential for further easing of restrictions, such as when outdoor exercise facilities such as golf courses can resume, hospitality events can restart, now high streets can reopen, to reassure people that there is light at the end of the tunnel and they will shortly realise some of the benefits for the incredible sacrifices they've had to make over recent months?
My honourable friend is entirely right in what he asks for, and I will be supplying, I hope, exactly that. He will recall last year how we set out, Madam Deputy Speaker, a series of dates by which at the earliest we hoped to do certain things. He will recall July the 4th, I think, for opening hospitality and so on and so forth. I hope that in the course of the next few weeks we will be able to populate the diary ahead with some more milestones, some more assumptions about what we may be able to do that I hope will give a reassurance to him, to businesses in his constituency, and to all of us.
And now we go to Marion Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The First Minister of Scotland has today reinforced her message, telling people not to travel when it's not really essential. And with new border restrictions, it's likely we'll see a reduction in the amount of travel into the UK, which will harm aviation and travel firms. Is sector-specific support coming in light of these new policies, Prime Minister?
Well, Madam Deputy, of course we've supported the aviation sector through the time to pay scheme and others, and we've just been introducing particular support for airfields, runways that are not in as much use as they could be. But the best way, as she knows, to get that sector and all others bouncing back is to continue on the path that we're on, drive the virus down, vaccinate the population, and open up sensibly.
And now we go to Ian Menz.
Very grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I should declare an interest as I am a chair of the school governors and a trustee of a joint schools board. In my youth, I was a scout and our motto was be prepared. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to congratulate school leaders and their staff for keeping schools open for vulnerable children and children of key workers where possible during the lockdown. So could the Prime Minister get his right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Education, to share his plan, because he tells us he has a plan for the full reopening of schools with school leaders as soon as possible so that they can be prepared to put into place the necessary measures to reopen schools fully and in such a way that plans have the confidence of parents, children and the school staff that their schools will be ready and truly safe for everyone.
I join the honourable gentleman very much in congratulating schools on what they've done to make their schools COVID secure, the incredible amount of work they're doing to educate. I think 14% of kids are in school now, Madam Deputy Speaker, to say nothing of all the home learning that is going on thanks to the efforts of teachers as well. So thank you to our schools, and I've set out a little bit today. I think you'd agree, Madam Deputy Speaker, about what we plan to do to get schools back, the extra support that we're giving, the timetable, but of course my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Education, as the gentleman suggests, will be saying more in due course.
And now we go to Rob Butler.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. The pubs, the restaurants, the hairdressers, the gyms and the many excellent shops of Aylesbury are desperate to reopen. Can my right honourable friend reassure them that the measures he has announced today, combined with the vaccination rollout, will speed up when that will happen and that there is a route out of lockdown for us all?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't think I could agree more vehemently with my honourable friend if I tried. I don't think I have nothing to add to his excellent question. Yes, of course, that is the way ahead.
And now we go to Dame Angela Eagle.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Is the Prime Minister proud that he spent £500 million of public money on the Eat Out to Help Out scheme, which it is now estimated increased the spread of the virus by up to 17%?
I wonder, Madam Deputy Speaker, whether the Right Honourable Lady is proud of attacking the Vaccine Task Force for spending £675,000 on whether vaccines would reach the most vulnerable people in our society.
And now we go to Dr. Jamie Wallace.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Will the Prime Minister join me in thanking the British military personnel who have performed an incredible service in helping to roll out the vaccine at pace across every part of the UK, including the 92 personnel helping in Wales? And does he agree that their service shows how the UK is stronger when all four of our nations work together in the fight against this pandemic?
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's been one of the, as I say, one of the few consolations of this pandemic to see the way the country has come together to fight it, and in particular to see the way great national institutions, great UK institutions such as the Army, British Army, have been absolutely indispensable in Wales, in Scotland, around the whole of the UK in fighting this pandemic. And I know that it's appreciated across the whole of the UK.
Now we go to Jeff Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In Greater Manchester, there are 20,000 pupils out of schools and with no decent access to online learning. Can the Prime Minister assure me that the £300 million that he's just announced in catch-up and tutoring money will be targeted at areas like Greater Manchester, where pupils have suffered disproportionately because of deprivation and because of high rates of infections that caused multiple periods of isolation, keeping them off school?
Yes, indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, he's right to raise the problem of differential learning. Some kids, unquestionably, in some parts of the country, some families have suffered more of a break in their education than others. There's absolutely no doubt about it, and that's why we're going to focus so much on the catch-up funds that I've identified. Of course, Greater Manchester will be targeted for all the measures that we've outlined this morning, and more to come.
And now we go to Dean Russell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Across Watford, we've got incredible teachers, and I would like to ask the right honourable gentleman, the Prime Minister, if he would agree with me to thank them for the incredible work they've been doing keeping schools open for key workers' children, and also confirm his priority to make sure that schools can reopen as soon as it is safe to do so, in line with our advice from our scientific and medical advisors. Thank you.
Well, my honourable friend and I have visited wonderful schools in his constituency together. We know the fantastic job that they're doing, and I know from talking to those teachers and those pupils how much they will be looking forward now to getting back into to school. I can tell my honourable friend we will do everything we can to speed it up, but we must be cautious. We must make sure that we do it in tandem, pari passu, with the rollout of the vaccine.
And now we go to Barbara Keeley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister has talked about the important support from the British Army in the vaccination rollout, and Salford's programme has been supported by troops from the Royal Lancers. We do appreciate that, but we've been told that this military support is being withdrawn next Monday, giving less than a week to recruit and train 30 people, and that would mean Salford will be able to deliver 500 fewer vaccines a day. Delays to vaccinations cost lives, so will the Prime Minister ensure that this vital military support isn't withdrawn from Salford?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very doubtful that the people of Salford would be deprived in the way that she describes, but I will, of course, look into it urgently, and my honourable friend, the Minister for Vaccines, will be taking it up immediately.
And finally, Steve Bryan.
Thank you. Many parents will have faced homeschooling last year with a sense of necessary resignation. My sense is that many are actually now quite desperately worried about their children. So it's just fantastic news that the Prime Minister has said today that as the vaccines roll out, the most vulnerable are protected, that will move in lockstep and we'll get the country back to school. But can I ask him whether the 8th of March date has to wait for all schools, even primary, given we all agree, and he has said today at the dispatch box, that schools are safe?
I hear my honourable friend loud and clear, and I know his views will be shared by many in this House. I just want to go back to that key thing that we need to establish, and it won't, alas, be until the middle of February that we have real material evidence that the vaccines are working in terms of driving down the mortality rate amongst those crucial groups. And so if you were to give schools decent notice to come back, you're driven more towards the 8th of March by that logic, rather than coming back early. I appreciate we've been round and round. Believe me, we've been round and round it many times, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is about as fast as we think we can prudently go, and I think that is what the country would want. They would want schools open, but they would want them open in a cautious and sensible way.
Thank you. I will now suspend the House very briefly for 3 minutes in order that arrangements for the next item of business can be made. Order! Order! We will now resume. I call the Home Secretary to make a statement. Priti Patel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and with permission, I would like to make a statement. Firstly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to begin my remarks by echoing the words of the Prime Minister. The scale of the suffering this virus has inflicted is truly heartbreaking, and my thoughts are with those who have tragically lost loved ones. Yesterday, Madam Deputy Speaker, when I addressed the House, I said the government's focus is on protecting the UK's world-leading vaccination programme, a programme that we should be proud of, and reducing the risk of a new strain of the virus being transmitted from someone coming into the UK. Yesterday, the Foreign Office announced support for more countries to access the UK's world-leading gene sequencing capacities and capabilities to increase early identification of any new strains of the virus. This is a vital step forward to support the global response to coronavirus, but it is simply not enough on its own to reduce risks to the United Kingdom. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is clear that there are still too many people coming in and out of our country each day. And today I am announcing further action to strengthen the health measures that we already have at the border, but to reduce passenger flow, so that only a small number of people for whom it is absolutely essential to travel are doing so, and therefore reducing the risk to our world-leading vaccine programme. So for those entering the UK, there will be a number of measures. Firstly, the police have stepped up checks and are carrying out more physical checks at addresses to ensure that people are complying with the self-isolation rules. Second, we will continue to refuse entry to non-UK residents from red list countries which are already subject to the UK travel ban. Third, as the Prime Minister has said, we will introduce a new managed isolation process in hotels for those who cannot be refused entry, including those arriving home from countries where we have already imposed international travel bans. They will be required to isolate for 10 days without exception. And the Department of Health and Social Care will set out further details on this approach next week. And for those travelling out of the UK, we will also be enhancing and stepping up enforcement rules. Because despite the stay-at-home regulations, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are still seeing people not complying with these rules. The rules are clear. People should be staying at home unless they have a valid reason to leave. Going on holiday is not a valid reason. So we will introduce a new requirement so that people wishing to travel must first make a declaration as to why they need to travel. This reason for travel will be checked by carriers prior to departure. And this approach, Madam Deputy Speaker, effectively mirrors the checks on arrivals that are already in place with the passenger locator form. Secondly, working with policing partners, we will increase police presence at ports and at airports, fining those in breach of the stay-at-home regulations. Anyone who does not have a valid reason for travel will be directed to return home, or they will face a fine. Third, we will urgently review the list of travel exemptions made to make sure that only the most important and with exceptional reasons are included. These are crucial new measures to protect us all, but also to complement the robust action we have consistently taken at the border. And while these new measures are being operationalised, I would just like to remind anyone seeking to enter our country to comply with the rules. This includes providing evidence of a negative COVID test before entering the United Kingdom, self-isolation on arrival for 10 days, and the completion of the passenger locator form. Immediately stepping up enforcement means that if you do not follow the regulations, you will face a fine. Madam Deputy Speaker, these new measures at the border are a necessary step to protect the public and our world-class vaccination programme. Every layer of protection we have put in place will help to reduce the risk of transmission of this virus and any new potential strain from entering the UK. And as we have done, Madam Deputy Speaker, throughout this global health emergency, we will continue to take all steps necessary to protect the public and help prevent the spread of this virus. I commend the statement to the House.
Nick Thomas-Symonds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Home Secretary for her statement and for advance sight of it. We stand here today in knowledge of the terrible fact that over 100,000 people have died as a result of this awful virus. We mourn all of those lost and think of those families for whom life will never be the same again. And in marking this, it is not enough to say, let us wait to find out why Britain has fared so badly. We must learn from past mistakes and, crucially, act now. And one of the key areas where the government has clearly fallen short is on protecting our borders. And I'm deeply concerned that the measures outlined today are yet another example of this. Too little, too late. Yet again, the government is lurching from one crisis to another, devoid of strategy. And limiting hotel quarantining to only a limited number of countries, from which travel from non-UK residents was already banned, means that the Home Secretary's proposals do not go anywhere near far enough. And perhaps that's why it appears there has been briefing to newspapers that the Home Secretary is personally not in support of the policy she's now advocating to the public. Mutations of the virus risk undermining the efficacy of the vaccines, threatening life and hope. We cannot know where these mutations will emerge from next. And the truth is the government is once again behind the curve. Labour is calling for a comprehensive hotel quarantining. Today's announcement is too limited. It leaves huge gaps in our defences against emerging strains. We know that the strains that emerged in South Africa and Brazil have already reached these shores. Little wonder, really, when controls have been so lax, with just 3 in every 100 people quarantining successfully contacted, and border testing only introduced 10 months after our first lockdown. And even then, the start had to be delayed because the government couldn't get the necessary systems in place. We've seen this reluctance to be decisive from the start of the crisis. From the 1st of January to the 23rd of March last year, only 273 people were formally quarantined when over 18 million people entered the country by air. And this at a time, by the way, when the government's own chief scientific advisor said, and I quote, "A lot of the cases in the UK didn't come from China. They came from European imports and the high level of travel into the UK at the time." In April, I wrote to the Home Secretary to ask her to learn the lessons, but by May still, the UK was an international outlier with no travel controls. Now, as the Home Secretary today belatedly announces very limited hotel quarantining, many questions remain which I would appreciate if she could address. Firstly, how can we be assured that travellers will not arrive with emergent strains via countries that are not on the control list? Second, what support is being made available to ensure improvements to quarantine compliance and the isolation assurance service? And frankly, why has it taken so long to step up checks, as the Home Secretary said today, when we know the system's been failing for months? What discussions have taken place with hotel chains to ensure the availability of rooms? And for those travelling out of the United Kingdom, again, why is the enforcement only being stepped up now? And will the Home Secretary ensure that sufficient support and sufficient resources are made available for these very important tasks? And when, Madam Deputy Speaker, will the government announce a sector-specific support package for aviation? Getting this policy right is absolutely crucial. The government cannot allow our border policy to continue to be the Achilles heel of the heroic efforts of the British people during this pandemic.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think there are a number of comments that I would just like to make before I come to the honourable gentleman's questions. First of all, I think it's fair to say that compared to this time last year, and I was here yesterday, Madam Deputy Speaker, reeling off the endless measures at the border that have been put in place since January last year, including Foreign Office advice, statutory instruments, regulations and powers under the Coronavirus Act, and then, of course, quarantine, passenger locator forms and test and release, as well as banning flights and travel from specific countries. I think it's important to recognise that because of the incredible work that we have in this country with regards to the vaccine, our world-leading vaccine programme, we're in a very different situation now last year because of the additional risk to public health caused by new variants. And it's this new variant, obviously, that we should be focused on, because obviously that could be less susceptible, it could have implications for the vaccine. So it is important that we reduce risk by reducing the number of people who enter our country and could be a new threat, obviously, in terms of the variants and mutations. We've already implemented numerous measures and protections to reduce that risk. But these are a number of new additional levels of protection at our disposal that are being announced today, but also forthcoming with regards to hotels. And I'm going to come on to the specifics in a minute. The Honourable Gentleman has also made the point about travel. Now, the fact of the matter is there are reductions in travel already. The number of people that are travelling has reduced by 90%, obviously, compared to this time last year. But obviously that number will become lower through various travel bans that have been put in place. He's touched on enforcement measures and the IAS service and also police enforcement. There are a number of new measures, or enhanced measures, I should say, that will increase the checks that will take place. So IS service, for example, from tomorrow will be checking over 5,000 people. IS will also contact those who arrive in the way in which they have been 10 days prior, in the way in which they are naturally asked to do so with regards to self-isolation. But of course, police presence. I've spoken today about enhanced police presence at ports and at borders and at airports. There will be an increase of around 1,000 targeted follow-up visits a day. And this, at a time when the numbers are reducing, speaks about the stringency of these measures, and that speaks to the point about giving assurance around these particular enforcement measures. I think it is disappointing, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman naturally being critical of government measures. I said yesterday, I've said on a number of occasions, I'll say it again today, from January last year, we have had a layered approach to our measures at the border. This is clearly about, through the travel ban, having a ban on travel from countries that pose a risk, high-risk countries, and there are measures in place that I've outlined. We're building upon those. But I think for his party in particular, to claim that they've been calling for tougher restrictions since the start of this pandemic is absolute nonsense, because it's simply not the case. They themselves have been flip-flopping, as I said yesterday again, in terms of calling quarantine a blunt tool, a blunt instrument. Shadow Transport Secretary saying that quarantine measures should be lessened. There is inconsistency clearly in the position of the party opposite, and we have always taken an approach to manage risk. On the point that he makes with regards to support packages, there's work taking place across government. That's other government departments, but we're working together on that. In terms of discussions with hotel chains, those discussions naturally are underway. That's not for me right now to talk about those discussions, but there's a lot of work taking place. And I think, again, it's important, Madam Deputy Speaker, to recognise that these measures and all measures have logistical and operational implications as well as challenges. We will work through those practicalities with all our stakeholders, all our partners. My colleagues in government will come to the House, as the Honourable Gentleman would expect, to provide the updates, whether it's on hotels, whether it's on sectoral packages, the dialogues that are taking place. And I would just finally like to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the British public absolutely recognise that this is a deeply, deeply challenging period for our country. No one will dispute that these are difficult times throughout this global pandemic, but there is no simple or single binary approach that can be taken. It is right that we manage risk. It is right that we do so in this layered approach. But also, I think the British public, our constituents in particular, Madam Deputy Speaker, they'd like to see all political parties come together at this important time to look at how we can bring in these measures and support these measures so that we can protect public health.
Hugh Merriman.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Home Secretary for her statement. I very much welcome the evidence and nuance-based approach that the Home Secretary has outlined today, as opposed to a blanket approach that seems to be advocated by her shadow, which I believe would lead to impacts on trade and those that do need essential business, our ability to actually hotel quarantine so many people. And I know that he takes seriously the need of the aviation industry. I don't believe a blanket approach would do anything for that, so I welcome the government's approach. Can I ask the Home Secretary this? Knowing that some countries may be added on, and indeed some countries may be taken off the list where hotel quarantine is required, will that criteria be published, and also will it be subject to both further scrutiny and perhaps votes from this place? Thank you.
This is some important points, and he's absolutely right. I stood here yesterday, Madam Deputy Speaker, at the dispatch box, speaking about the importance of freight and the work the government has done over recent months, in fact at Christmas, the run up to Christmas, to keep freight moving, despite various closures of borders that took place, which completely make the Honourable Gentleman's point that you simply cannot have that viable approach. There are logistical and operational challenges, and clearly government is working through many of these. He makes some important points, obviously, about changes to guidance, changes to advice across government, so from the Department of Health to the Department of Transport to the FCDO, who play a very important role here as well, in terms of public communications and assurance to the public around countries and changes that take place. Clearly, government will publish that. Government will come to the House, to the Commons, to share that information. I would just like to conclude my comments, though, Madam Deputy Speaker, by saying, though, the current guidance is clear that people should be staying at home unless they've got really exceptional reasons to travel. And, of course, going on holiday is not a justifiable excuse or reason.
Now we go to the spokesman for the SNP, Joanna Cherry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Home Secretary for her statement and for advance sight of it. My Scottish Government colleagues are concerned as she knows that her proposals don't go far enough, and I would be grateful if she would confirm that she will listen to their representations. It is, of course, her department's responsibility to control the United Kingdom's external borders. Her department holds the passenger data, and the UK Border Force report to her. So it's right that the Home Secretary should be the one to address the risks raised by transmission of the virus by arrivals from abroad. So I'm going to repeat the questions I asked yesterday during the urgent question on this same topic, and which the Home Secretary did not answer at that time. I hope that having had 24 hours notice to think about my questions and to discuss them with her colleagues and advisors, she will now answer them. In April and May of last year, I wrote to her asking for comprehensive health protections at the UK's external borders, and I referred to the measures that were being introduced in other countries in Europe and across the world. Other honourable members in the Home Affairs Committee were making similar requests backed up by evidence. Last week, the Home Secretary admitted that we were right, and she said that she thought the United Kingdom should have closed its borders earlier. So can she now tell me why she failed to take the precautions that she knew were needed at the start of the pandemic? What stopped her from closing the borders? Was it her cabinet colleagues? And if so, why did she not resign and speak out, given the increased risk of transmission from people entering the country? And finally, have the government commissioned an assessment of what contribution the failure to close the borders earlier has made to the dreadful death toll across the United Kingdom? And will she put the results in the public domain? These are questions which concern not just my constituents and those of my SNP colleagues, but they concern people across the 4 nations. So will she please answer them? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, first of all, I will repeat very much what I said yesterday about working with all the devolved administrations, and clearly the government is doing that, and the Right Honourable Lady will be well aware of that. With regards to everyone now going retrospective in terms of thinking that they were first advocates of bringing in health measures at the border, clearly that was not the case. And I recall this from the Select Committee last April, and I mentioned that yesterday as well. And if I can reacquaint the Right Honourable Lady with the measures that had been brought in from January 2020, from the minutes of self-isolation advice that was given from the FCO at the time, from SAGE recommendations around self-isolation for specific countries, from the 10th of February to the new regulations and statutory instruments that were brought in, new powers for medical professionals and the police to detain individuals suspected of symptoms of COVID, to the guidance to UK airports, to the travel advice that was put out from the FCDO, all between February and March, as self-isolation measures introduced for specific countries, introducing mandatory quarantine, the passenger locator form as well back in June last year, to closing the border to Denmark with the first identification of a new strain, which of course we were able to deal with because of our genomic sequencing capacity in the UK, from test and release to banning flights from South Africa, which clearly is still in place, to carrier liability for pre-travel testing and pre-travel tests. These measures, each of these measures, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have introduced, have added another layer of protection against transmission of the virus, and that reduces the risk of new dangerous strains being imported into the UK. And I think the Honourable Lady should also, Right Honourable Lady, should reflect upon the fact that there is not a single measure that mitigates risk entirely. Every measure that has been brought in helps to reduce risk, helps to protect the vaccine, and importantly, helps to protect the British public and public health.
Sir Graham Brady.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you. I agree with the Chairman of the Select Committee. With 1 million British jobs dependent on aviation and much of British commerce as well, the government must be right to be taking an evidence-based approach, not a blanket approach. Whilst we all hope that we will discover that the new variants are combated just as effectively by the vaccines as the existing variants in this country. If it were to be the case that new countries needed to be added to the red list, will she speak urgently to our Right Honourable friend the Chancellor about the support that will be needed by our aviation sector to prevent a massive hemorrhaging of jobs and prospects across much of the country.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend is absolutely right in speaking of the sector, and he's a powerful advocate for the sector as well. And I know of his constituency interest with Manchester Airport Group and the work that he's conducted with them as well. There is no question, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said yesterday, I'll emphasise this again, that the sector, they are our partners. They are the operational partners who we work with every single day, my colleagues in Border Force, for example. But specifically in terms of new additional lists or travel bans, basically, to specific countries, that work is always under review. And alongside that, we continue to work with our operational partners. We discuss with them, obviously, the implications of this. Those discussions will always continue, and government will always step up in whichever way it can to provide the necessary support needed.
Now we go to the Chairman of the Select Committee, Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome these measures, but they don't go far enough to deliver a comprehensive system. We know the Brazil and South Africa variant have already been identified across several continents, and in the first wave, less than 1% of new cases came from China. The overwhelming majority from European countries the government said were low risk at that time. So can I ask the Home Secretary about the number of people likely to still be arriving who are not covered by quarantine hotels, still won't have to do further tests on arrival, and will be able to go straight onto the public transport system from Heathrow or wherever they arrive? Can she confirm, is that likely to still be thousands of people each day? And does she think that is wise?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Right Honourable Lady for her question. I think, first of all, it's important, and I come back to this point, that all the measures, every measure that has been introduced across government has provided degrees of protection, various layers and levels of protection against transmission of the virus. The Right Honourable Lady has heard me say already that travel is down from 90% compared to this time last year. Clearly there are travel bans in place for countries that are red listed, and that'll continue. And the announcement today will also reduce the number of travelling passengers. I do want to emphasise that, because people should simply not be travelling. And we see the examples, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will call some of them out. I mean, Border Force have given me examples where even at St Pancras, people have been turning up with their skis. That is clearly not acceptable. We see plenty of influencers on social media showing off about which parts of the world that they are in, mainly in sunny parts of the world. Going on holiday is not an exemption, and it's important that people stay at home. I would just like to say, of course, that with regards to the measures that are being announced today, and also with regards to quarantining, the hotel measures and package in particular, the hotel package that's under discussion right now, clearly, in terms of the application of that and the administration of that, and the Right Honourable Lady speaks about people getting on public transport. We want to absolutely reduce the risk of people travelling in that way, and therefore these are measures that government are working through right now in terms of how people can travel to hotels, how they will quarantine, and I've already spoken about the checks that will also be put in place on individuals when it comes to self-isolation.
Richard Holden.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Home Secretary for a statement. Marjorie from Crook got in touch with me today. Like many of my North West Durham constituents, Marjorie is fed up of Labour playing politics with coronavirus. The Shadow Home Secretary himself has criticised our border measures before as a blunt tool. Today he's saying they don't go far enough. It's like some twisted version of Goldilocks, where the government solution is never just right. Does my right honourable friend agree with Marjorie that it's irresponsible to play politics with coronavirus? And will she also ensure that if these measures need to be extended further to other countries, they'll be done so at the earliest opportunity?
My friend is absolutely right, and I agree with everything he says about the party opposite in terms of their flip-flopping, but also their claims. And I would just like to praise Marjorie as well for, the points that she has made. I think she speaks for the British public, who are fed up with party politics being played at this critical time, Madam Deputy Speaker, when the public want to see unity rather than the type of gripes that we are seeing and hearing, or the approach of armchair generals in particular. But he asked an important question about, rolling out further travel bans to other countries, the government will absolutely not hesitate. If there are new strains emerging from other countries, the government will take action, which is exactly what Marjorie and the British public would expect.
Now we go to Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Home Secretary for the advance sight of her statement. Many of those that will be caught by these new measures will be travelling as the result of family bereavement and will already have incurred substantial cost very often at short notice. So can the Home Secretary tell me if there will be some sort of financial assistance available for people of modest means who find themselves in this position at that most difficult of times?
Well, my right honourable friend is, the right honourable gentleman is absolutely right in terms of highlighting the exceptional examples and the sad examples that, circumstances for people to travel, bereavement being a terrible, terrible case. The government is already in discussions with regards to exemptions and support packages and things of that nature. I'm unable, Madam Deputy Speaker, to confirm the details right now because this work is underway. But, it's a matter of time before my colleagues will obviously notify the House and share further information on this.
Now we go to Sir David Amos.
I very much support and welcome my right honourable friend's announcements of restrictions at our borders as a result of the current health crisis. Would she reassure me that regional airports such as Southend will be tasked to strictly enforce these rules, as a number of local residents have expressed concerns that coronavirus infections may be transmitted by arrivals through the airport?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend is absolutely right, and I can understand why he's raising the importance of regional airports throughout this pandemic. They have played an important role. All airport operators take responsibility for the way in which they work with us, but also for enforcing coronavirus measures and restrictions. So that's social distancing and keeping passengers apart, particularly as they go up to PCPs and obviously then come across border force officers. It is absolutely right that airports who are our operational partners work with us to take responsibility, that shared responsibilities I've spoken about so frequently, in terms of checking with the carriers that the carriers and the passenger locator form is completed, but also ensuring that they themselves put those protective measures in place to stop the spread of this virus.
Now we go to Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very concerned about the continued threat of COVID-19 to frontline border force staff at Heathrow, as the new draconian fixed team working rosters have made social distancing difficult at the same time as COVID transmission rates have been at their highest. So can the Home Secretary confirm reports that COVID secure bubbles have repeatedly been breached due to understaffing and the new fixed rosters, and specifically outline what assessment she's made of the adequacy of all border force staff's working conditions?
Thank the Honourable Lady for her question. And it is an important question in terms of border force staff. Border force staff are on the front line day in, day out, trying to protect the public from the spread of this virus, and they are doing exceptional work. And yesterday, I thank them for the work that they are doing. In terms of measures that are in place to protect them, I'm absolutely focused on protecting our border force staff. It's absolutely right that that takes place. The head of border force, my colleagues across the border force team have been working assiduously with all border force colleagues, particularly at Heathrow Airport, because Heathrow Airport is a busy airport, as we saw on Saturday night, where queues did form because obviously we are enforcing 100% compliance checks. And with that, of course, I come back to my point, working with Heathrow Airport Limited in terms of the measures that they are putting in place for social distancing, keeping passengers distant from border force staff, and of course ensuring that our staff, my staff, are protected. That is my number one priority.
Now we go to Sir Robert Neal.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I support the proportionate approach that my right honourable friend has adopted. But can she help me in relation to two linked matters? She said that she will be looking urgently at the exceptions, Would she particularly bear in mind the need to make provision for those who may be repatriated for urgent medical treatment? And should the extension, we hope it does not, at any time involve any British overseas territory, would she bear in mind the need for early consultation with them? We hope it never comes to it. But again, we have medical and other obligations in some cases to them.
My right honourable friend, Madam Deputy Speaker, was absolutely right. The case of medical exemptions and urgencies have always been on the exemption list. The exemption list is under review right now. Colleagues across government, across all government departments, are reviewing the exemption list. And when changes are made, they will be publicised through the usual channels. And of course, anything that would affect overseas territories will also be under consideration, and that will also be put in the public domain.
And now we go to Kevin Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I listened very carefully to the Home Secretary's answer to the chair of the Select Committee earlier, and she didn't answer a rather direct and important question, which she will have estimates for, because this will be a policy based on evidence. How many people does she expect each day to have to go into quarantine in a hotel? And how many people entering the UK each day does she estimate will not have to go into quarantine under these new measures?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think first of all it's important to recognise we do have numbers in terms of the number of people coming through our border every single day. These new measures, though, and I think it's important to put this into context, these new measures will bring those numbers even further down. So we still have a lot of British nationals that are travelling, and clearly the advice is, and the guidance is clear, people should not be travelling, they should be staying at home, and through the enforcement measures that will reduce dramatically. And the government is already working out capacity in terms of hotel accommodation, and also the, in light of the period of self-isolation that will be required, and government will happily share those figures with colleagues in due course.
Now we go to Steve Double.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is absolutely right that the government take necessary and appropriate steps to keep our country safe from these new variants of the virus that are emerging around the world, and I welcome the Home Secretary's statement. But she will know that any additional restrictions on travel will further damage the aviation sector that has been deeply impacted by this pandemic. When businesses in other sectors have been forced to close or unable to trade because of restrictions, specific financial support has been made available. So can I ask the Home Secretary if she will talk to the Secretary of State for Transport and the Chancellor to see what specific support can now be provided for airlines and airports to ensure that they are in a position to help lead our recovery in the future?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to give my honourable friend every assurance that we are working together across transport, the Treasury, the Foreign Office with regards to the aviation and the travel sector. Conversations and discussions are underway. As I said earlier on, Madam Deputy Speaker, they are our operational partners. We work collectively with them, so those discussions are underway, and I'd just like to give them that assurance.
And now we go to Steve McCabe.
How will the quarantine hotels be selected, and will the Home Secretary set a limit on how far such a hotel can be from the arrival airport so as to minimise risks during transfers, for which I assume she will also be responsible?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, with regards to hotels and measures, as I've indicated already, that work is underway in terms of looking at procurement of hotels, who the partners are going to be, but also further information around them. So government will be setting out over the next few days, the coming days, further information with regards to hotels and the processes around them. That work, as I indicated earlier on, there are logistical and operational aspects that we are in discussions underway right now, and so my colleagues will come back to the House and provide that information.
Now we go to Deanna Davison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Home Secretary for her statement.
protecting the British people quite rightly has to be our priority. And so it is right that our border measures have been under constant review since the pandemic began. But in light of today's announcement, can my right honourable friend confirm that our border force and other frontline emergency workers will be given all the support they need to enforce these rules so that they can keep themselves and the British public safe?
Friend is absolutely right. Border Force are doing incredible work on the front line, and I'm seeing that and getting reports of that every single day. It's important that they stay safe, which is why we have strong measures in place for them. But alongside that, clearly, enforcement, whether it's through policing, the IAS service, all of that has absolutely been accelerated, along with the checks. The fact of the matter is we do have clear checks. Passenger locator form must be completed. There are fines for non-compliance. There's a requirement for self-isolation for arrivals. These measures and these checks are in place, and they will be increased clearly to protect public health.
And now we go to Stephen Bonner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It has been widely reported that the Home Secretary called for tougher sanctions at the border than these somewhat reduced measures she is announcing here today. Has she been overruled and undermined yet again?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I reiterate, Madam Deputy Speaker, first of all, I'd refer the gentleman to my statement and the measures that have been announced. It's important to recognise that every single measure that has been put in place, including a ban on international travel for high-risk countries, they are in place to protect the British public. And these measures, along with all the other measures announced today, are part of this layer of protection to reduce transmission of the virus and reduce new risks of a new dangerous variant coming into the United Kingdom.
And now we go to... Oh, I wasn't expecting to go to... Do we not have... Well, we will go to Matt Weston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State said that a layered approach has been introduced since, I think, January last year, but we saw rugby fans coming from Italy. We saw football fans coming from Spain in early March. They may not have been identified as dangerous or high-risk countries, but clearly they were. So it seems like we seem to be shutting the arrivals gate after the virus has bolted. How does the Secretary of State suggest we will identify those nations across the globe where there will be new variants developing? Because clearly it's not just places like Brazil and South Africa. People continue to travel around the world.
Speaker, I mentioned in my statement earlier on that the Foreign Office, but also the Department of Health and Social Care, they are actually now supporting other countries when it comes to gene sequencing, genomic testing capabilities around the world, which will help to identify new strains and new variants. That is absolutely important because that's a vital step towards the support, towards this global response, not just in terms of protecting our public here, but also identifying new and dangerous strains that could, go around the world and then come to the UK.
Mark Harper.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the proportionate nature of the statement that the Home Secretary has made. Can I just take her back to the question I asked her yesterday during the urgent question? Given that these measures are to deal with a risk of a new strain of the virus coming to the United Kingdom that might not be susceptible to the vaccine, and the UK Chief Scientific Advisor said the virus will be with us forever, is this a permanent regime with countries being added to and taken off the red list as appropriate? And if it's not permanent, what is the trigger for removing it in the future?
It's a very important question. In terms of permanency, we are living with this virus. That is a fact. But obviously in better news as well, we are seeing people, and we're just weeks away from seeing people that have had the vaccine develop immunity as well. So circumstances are changing. And the point being, as we know, throughout this situation, things change. So with that, of course, we keep all our measures under review. And alongside that, whether it's changes to travel bans for specific countries, Those will always be under review, and the government will not hesitate to take measures when it comes to preventing a new strain from coming to the United Kingdom once that has been identified, but also making sure that we take the right measures to protect the public. And I think, as I've said a number of times now, at every stage we will keep all colleagues, the House informed, but importantly make sure that public advice is also being communicated to members of the British public, so that they understand that when things change, whether it's in terms of countries at the border, they are also being kept informed.
Now we go to Clive Efford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week, the Home Secretary told a private meeting of Conservative Party members that she was calling for borders to be closed back in March 2020. If it was right then, it must apply even more so in the face of this new variant. So can she reassure the House that she has told her Cabinet colleagues that the measures that she's announced today are sufficient to protect our borders and prevent a new variant from entering the country?
I refer actually the gentleman to the point that I've made earlier on, that there is no single measure that mitigates risk or eradicates risk entirely. I think that's a really important point to emphasise. Every aspect, every measure that has been brought in place since January last year and more recently has helped to reduce the risk of the spread of coronavirus and protect our world-leading vaccine programme. And these measures today, within the context of the vaccine that we have, taking measures to protect the public, are absolutely the right measures. And of course, as I've said throughout, I appreciate his party may want to write history, or their own history and their own positions around measures at the border and also action on coronavirus. But the fact of the matter, they've been wrong throughout.
And now we go to Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Whilst I recognise the negative impact on businesses and individuals, I do give my right honourable friend my full support on these proposals, and I'm confident that that would be the overwhelming view of my constituents. But I turn to those people who will be resident in hotels. Clearly, there will be an element of contact between them, however well policed it is. Could my right honourable friend give an assurance that there will be appropriate measures in place to limit mixing to the absolute minimum?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right, because it's social contact with people that spreads this virus, which is why the measures in place, but also the current advice through lockdown is to stay at home and not to travel. I do just want to restate, we are working quickly across government right now, across the whole of government, with the industry, with partners and organisations within the sector to bring these new measures and work on the hotel package. And of course, further detail, Madam Deputy Speaker, will be put out in due course.
Now we go to Natalie Elphick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last month, the World Health Organization and the EU Transport Commissioner censured France for their border closures, which disrupted vital food, medicine and other goods, as well as causing Christmas chaos at the Dover border. Can my right honourable friend confirm that the UK's proportionate public health border measures continue to exempt hauliers in line with recommended international practice during the pandemic? And will she join me in calling on France to follow UK's lead and remove unnecessary trade restrictions on the Dover-Calais route?
It is absolutely right, Madam Deputy Speaker, and she, like me, will recognise the incredible work that took place in December and actually is still taking place when it comes to testing road hauliers to allow the flow of goods and freight, which is incredibly important. And she's also right about the position of the World Health Organization and the EU Transport Commissioner, because it's that proportionality approach that's required when it comes to the flow of goods. And we have good international practice behind us now, which is something that should be commended, but also something that should be shared with other countries.
And now we go to Dave Duggan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable and learned friend, the member for Edinburgh South West, wrote to the Home Secretary last April raising concerns about passengers entering the UK via airports without health checks or quarantining. 5 weeks later, the Home Secretary replied to her stating that, in her view, the 8th of June was the right time to introduce a requirement on passengers to self-isolate for 14 days who could be contacted to ensure compliance, and that any breach of compliance was punishable with a £1,000 fine. Can the Home Secretary update the House? How many £1,000 fines were issued as a result of this? And does she regret her role in the government's dithering over quarantine while COVID access to our communities through airports?
Speaker, in relation to government measures at the border, health measures at the border, the Honourable Gentleman will be very clear, and I suggest he reads my statement yesterday in terms of the points that were made, the measures that have been brought in since January last year. So the dithering is on his side in terms of actually reflecting the work that has been undertaken. In terms of checks at the border, Border Force have checked over 3.7 million passengers over recent, this is specific with regards to FPNs, and thousands of FPN notices have been issued, fines have been issued as well. And as I have repeatedly said, Madam Deputy Speaker, Border Force are enforcing now 100% checks on passengers, which is absolutely the right thing to do.
Now we go to Damian Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the Home Secretary knows, more than 8,000 people entered the UK last year by crossing the channel in small vessels in order to claim asylum when they arrived. Could you say what impact her statement today has on the system of managing quarantine for people that arrive and enter the asylum system? And also, given the recent major outbreak of coronavirus at Napier Barracks in Folkestone, where many have been accommodated, can she confirm the Home Office is working to reduce the number of asylum claimants at Napier and that there will be no new people arriving because until this COVID outbreak is under control?
Friend is absolutely right to speak of clandestine entry. First of all, rules will apply, testing will apply to everyone with regards to illegal entry to the United Kingdom and those that are seeking to claim asylum. Although our policy is clear, they should be claiming asylum in the first safe country and not risking their lives by travelling through a small boat or illegally being trafficked by people traffickers. Secondly, with regards to Napier, he's absolutely right. We have COVID compliant measures in place already in line with Public Health England. And I'd like to commend our partner Kent County Council for the work that they're doing with us as well in terms of safeguarding people at Napier, but also making sure, and we are going to enhance our measures now even further to prevent the spread of coronavirus and to protect public health. So I would like to give him that assurance, and I'm also very happy to speak to him further about that if he's got any other questions that he'd like to raise with me about Napier.
And finally, we go to Leila Moran.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, in the week where we've counted 100,000 dead, the Home Secretary's announcement is, of course, welcome. Better late than never. But these measures will not work without 100% compliance with isolation, and currently only 1 in 5 people asked to self-isolate in the UK do. Evidence we've examined in the all-party group on coronavirus shows very clearly that carrots are often much more effective than sticks in such measures. So does she agree with me that if the government ensured no loss of earnings from isolation, as other countries do, that this might help improve compliance with self-isolation and so cut those chains of transmission?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think it's important to put this into the context of travel and the measures that we have put in place around compliance and the checks. So I've already stated Border Force are undertaking 100% checks to PCPs. But also when it comes to carriers, there is now a carrier liability measure in place for them to, they'll be fined, they will be given a fine if they are not checking their travellers before they actually get on their planes and get on their planes in particular. So these are stringent measures with significant penalties and significant fines in place. And the carriers, who are also operational partners that we work with, are very, very clear about that. But she is right about the point on self-isolation. Self-isolation must take place. And of course, that is why across government, and this isn't just Home Office, this is with Health, the Isolation Assurance Service, along with the police as well, we are working collaboratively across the board to ensure that those measures are being adhered to and enforced.
Thank you. Order. I have now to announce the result of today's deferred divisions. On the draft West Yorkshire Combined Authority Election of Mayor and Functions Order 2021, the ayes were 553, the noes were 2, so the ayes have it, the ayes have it. I have also received notice of a point of order from Mr. John Nicholson. Do we have a connection to John Nicholson? Point of order, Mr. Nicholson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the 10th of December, when responding to my question on a recent Information Commissioner's Office report into political parties' data collection, the Minister of State for Media and Data, the Right Honourable Member for Malden, claimed that the Information Commissioner did not find that any breaches of the law had occurred when the Conservative Party collected the personal data of more than 10 million people based on their race and religion. He repeated a version of that claim when appearing before the DCMS Select Committee. However, the Information Commissioner appeared before that committee yesterday and confirmed to me that the Conservative Party had acted illegally. Indeed, she had required the party to delete the data it had illegally collected. Now, I'm sure the Right Honourable Gentleman will be mortified to learn that he has inadvertently misled the House on this important matter. And I wonder, Madam Deputy Speaker, if he could be afforded the opportunity to withdraw his false claim and commit that the Conservative Party will not conduct illegal racial and religious profiling in the future.
Why, I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for Ochil and South Perthshire for notice of his point of order and for confirming to me that he has also given notice of his intention to raise this matter to the Minister concerned, the Right Honourable Member for Malden. I can answer the Honourable Gentleman in this way. In general terms, I can certainly confirm that in the event that the answer that a Minister has given here in the Chamber transpires to be for some reason inaccurate, that Minister should, of course, correct the record at the earliest opportunity. But the Honourable Gentleman and the House will appreciate that it's not, of course, for the Chair to adjudicate on whether that general injunction applies in any particular instance, and I cannot confirm whether or not it applies in this instance, but I'm quite certain that if the Right Honourable Member for Malden has inadvertently said something in this House which transpires to be inaccurate, he will take the opportunity to correct the record as soon as possible, and I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for raising this matter. Order. In order to allow the Chamber to be prepared for the next item of business, I will now suspend the House briefly for 3 minutes. Order. We now come to the 10-minute rule motion. I hope that we have a connection to Owen Thompson. We do. 10-minute rule motion, Owen Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to require a minister to make an oral statement to Parliament if a contract is awarded under emergency statutory powers to a person in whom or a company in which a minister has a personal, political or financial interest. Madam Deputy Speaker, today I present an important bill which would help safeguard against the risk of procurement corruption and restore some trust in the integrity of our democratic processes at a time when this trust has been rocked to the core. Anyone in public office should be there to serve the public good, not to exploit their position to line the pockets of themselves, their pals, or their party donors. Yet during this crisis, we've seen lucrative contracts go to firms with little experience in public procurement, but with very clear links to people in power. Issues with cronyism are not new, but there's been nothing of this scale before, nothing so blatantly disregarding due process. It could be said that a crony virus is threatening the health of our public services and emergency action is needed to get the government under control. I fully understand there was a need to procure goods at a scale and speed never done before when the pandemic struck. So the usual processes to ensure best value to the public purse did have to be set aside. But to many, it looks suspiciously like the emergency has been used as a catch-all excuse by this government to bypass due process at every turn. The National Audit Office reported a staggering £10 billion worth of contracts have been awarded without competition by the end of July last year, and more than a few of them have raised eyebrows. There are serious questions to be answered about why politically connected and relatively new companies with no track record in procurement were amongst those awarded contracts to supply our NHS. To give just a few examples, the Good Law Project reports that within 2 weeks of inviting tenders in March last year, the government had 24,000 offers from 16,000 suppliers, many of whom had a wealth of experience in providing PPE for healthcare professionals. Yet 3 of the biggest beneficiaries of government contracts awards were a Florida-based jewellery company with no experience of supplying PPE, a tiny vermin control operation called Pest Fix, valued at just 19,000, and an opaque family office owned through a tax haven, Ayanda Capital, whose senior advisor also by chance had a role in the Board of Trade. To make matters worse, 50 million masks purchased from Ayanda failed to meet NHS specifications and were never able to be used. Then, as reported in The Guardian, there's the awarding of a £30 million contract to the Health Secretary's former neighbour, who used to run a local pub in his constituency, after an initial conversation over WhatsApp. Now, he may well be the best person for that role, but without greater scrutiny and clarity, it's no wonder questions are raised about the legitimacy of such deals. Madam Deputy Speaker, in many ways, you could be forgiven for thinking being a donor to the Tory party must be carry an inherent specialism on delivering COVID contracts, as Tory donors have really done very well out of this crisis. Millions awarded to firms like Globus Shetland, who donated 400,000 to the Conservatives, or P14 Medical, owned by a Conservative councillor. These issues and details are only public thanks to the efforts of many public-spirited citizens, academics, legal experts, and investigative journalists who are working so hard to shine a light on what's going on in the murky corridors, such as Byline Times, Open Democracy, Transparency UK, and the Good Law Project. There are so many more examples that deserve far greater time and scrutiny than I could give today as I present this bill. So I do look forward to it passing for a second reading, so there's a chance for further debate and more honourable members having the chance to have their say on the issue. In the full light of day, it may well be a scandal to rival or even surpass the MP expense scandal. But even if it's not, we should at least get the regulations in order to prevent any suggestion of corruption setting in. When processed to protect the public purse and ensure fairness are stripped away, it leaves open the clear risk of unscrupulous individuals exploiting the system for private gain. So it's important that the government does all it can to mitigate against those risks. Instead, sadly, it seems to have revelled in the freedom to bypass due process. The need for greater scrutiny is clear. The anti-corruption organisation Transparency UK has been looking at the publicly available contract data since February last year and has found that at least 68 of them, worth over £3 billion of public money, that deserve further investigation. The Department of Health and Care awarded 57 of these contracts, 47 of which for personal protective equipment, totalling £2.1 billion. They found 17 of those, worth just under £1 billion, relate to companies with political connections. Now, there's no public record to tell us which of these were referred via the high priority VIP lane, which the government set up to allow suppliers with links to politicians and senior officials to pitch directly. The criteria for this is not clear, and its existence wasn't mentioned in the Cabinet Office guidance note. In fact, we only know about VIP lanes as a result of the report from the National Audit Office. We do know, though, that a still mysterious VIP lane was your best bet for getting a contract. 1 in 10 offers were successful compared to just 0.7% through normal channels. It's simply appalling that while underpaid frontline staff struggle, billions of pounds in public contracts seem to be handed out like sweeties to people with friends in high places. People with questionable experience but unquestionable links to power, fast-tracked towards big money deals to supply life-saving equipment. It's been done without competition, behind closed doors, and often producing faulty or substandard goods. Meanwhile, those with a track record in public procurement or an expertise in NHS supplies, but who don't happen to rub shoulders with the right people, have struggled to get a toe in the door. It seems to be much more about who you know and not what you know. There should be absolutely no question mark about the motivation behind COVID-19 contract. It cuts to the heart of how a government operates and what their priorities are. Either it's in the best interests of the public or it's in the interests of lining pockets of their pals. All of us will be paying for these contracts through our taxes for years to come, and tragically some have paid with their lives for PPE mistakes. So the government must be held to account for these decisions it's taken. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the great thing about this bill if the right people or companies are getting the jobs, it should put an end to any question marks hanging over the decision-making process, something that surely the government themselves would welcome. Ministers having to answer in Parliament for their reasoning, taking back control. They'll have a chance to convince us that it's a mere coincidence that a contract's been given to an old school chum, the local pub landlord, or a colleague's wife, or a Tory donor, or perhaps even a Vote League campaign colleague. If they're the best person for the job, it should be clear from their credentials, their skills and their record. There is nothing to fear from this bill if there is nothing to hide. Indeed, I imagine the government will want to seize this opportunity to put this simple measure into law. Given the damage being done to public trust, they'll be keen to help set the record straight and show that there's nothing shifty going on. For the moment, these contracts look like public scandals being hidden in an overgrown, privileged public schoolboy arena. Those of us asking inconvenient questions are not going away. Of course, much more needs to be done to improve transparency over public contracts, both during and after the emergency. The UK is well behind the curve internationally in this front, but declaring ministerial interests is one simple, important and effective step we could take now with no cost to enshrine greater accountability into law. I very much welcome the cross-party support that this proposal has received from every single party in this place except the governing one. This is a chance for us to restore some badly bruised faith in democracy and bring back the principle of accountability, public service and public good and fairness for all. I urge the House to back this bill.
Thank you, and I've had no indication that anybody intends to oppose this motion, so I will now put the question. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are likely to say aye. Aye. Contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Dan Carden, Deirdre Brock, Liz Saville-Roberts, Wendy Chamberlain, Caroline Lucas, Stephen Farry, Claire Hanna, Jim Shannon, Patrick Grady, Alan Smith, Richard Thompson, and myself.
Thompson.
Ministerial Interests Emergency Powers Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. We now move on to the Covert Human Intelligence Sources Criminal Conduct Bill Programme number 2 motion. Programme motion to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many of that please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary no, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Covert Human Intelligence Sources Criminal Conduct Bill. Consideration of Lord's amendments.
We will begin with the government motion to disagree to Lord's Amendment 1, with which we will consider the other amendments and motions listed on the selection paper. I call the Solicitor General, Michael Ellis, to move to disagree with Lord's Amendment 1.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This bill is an important piece of legislation that places a long-standing tactic on a clear and consistent statutory basis. It provides certainty for those who engage in important and dangerous operations on our behalf, that they are able to utilise the tools needed to keep us safe and prevent crime. It also rightly provides assurance to the men and women who may find themselves in risky and dangerous situations in order to provide vital intelligence that the state will not prosecute them for activity which the state has asked them to commit. Since March 2017, Mr. Deputy Speaker, MI5 and counter-terrorism police have together thwarted 28 terror attacks. Now, I note, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that this figure is higher than the figure the government provided at second reading of this bill a few months ago. As the Director General of MI5 said when this bill was first introduced, and I quote, "Without the contribution of human agents, be in no doubt, these attacks would not have been prevented." End quote. There is a real threat out there, and it is critical that our partners have the tools they need to stop it. And I want to thank the other place for their detailed and thoughtful debate on this legislation. The other place considered the bill at length and have brought forward several amendments to the bill, which I will now speak to in turn. But let me first, if I may, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to take this opportunity to pay tribute to my right honourable friend, the member for Old Bexley and Sidcup, who is the Bill Minister on this legislation and who's taken a typically collaborative and thoughtful approach. I think I can say on behalf of the whole House that we wish James all the best for a speedy recovery. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Amendment 1 places on the face of this bill the requirement that an authorising officer must reasonably believe that an authorisation is necessary and proportionate. The government cannot support this amendment, and the reason why is because it is both unnecessary and it risks creating inconsistency with, and therefore casting legal doubt on, the position in other legislation. As I previously confirmed in this Honourable House to my right honourable and learned friend, the member for Kenilworth and Southern, former Attorney General, and I can reiterate now, it is indeed the case that the belief of the authorising officer should be a reasonable one. That is, as it were, axiomatic. The revised Code of Practice confirms this, and in response to concerns raised in the other place, this was further amended to make that clear. The reason, therefore, that the government cannot accept an amendment which places this onto the face of the bill, in that in doing so, it creates problematic inconsistency with the position in legislation elsewhere. For example, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the belief of an authorising officer under RIPA, the Regulation of Investigatory Powers Act, that an authorisation for the general use and conduct of a covert human intelligence source is necessary and proportionate must be a reasonable one, but the relevant legislation under RIPA, Section 29 of Part 2 of that Act, simply states on its face that there must be a belief. It doesn't use the word reasonable in that legislation. And if it is the case that this legislation adds the word reasonable before the word belief, then that would cast into doubt whether the belief must be reasonable where it is not specified elsewhere. However, let me make it clear that the legal position is already that the belief must be reasonable as a matter of public law. And I say that clearly from the dispatch box, as I have done before in answer to a question from my right honourable and learned friend, the former Attorney General, that is the case. So that is the reason why we cannot support Amendment 1. Moving to Amendment 2, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this places express limits to the conduct which can be authorised onto the face of the bill. The House has already discussed this issue in some detail, but let me reiterate the reasons why the government cannot support this amendment. I will start by saying that the limits on what could be authorised under the bill are actually provided by the requirement that any authorisation must be necessary and proportionate and must comply with the Human Rights Act. Any authorisation which is not compliant with the Human Rights Act would be unlawful, and nothing in this bill seeks to undermine the important protections in that Act. However, were we to place explicit limits on the face of the bill, that would create the risk to the operational tactics involved and, I might add, to the safety of the covert human intelligence source and the general public at large. This assessment has been put to the government explicitly by operational partners, the people who are actually operating these tactics. The decisions we have made throughout this bill, but particularly on this issue, are based entirely on the reality that our operational partners have that experience in the field, and that is what they are telling us. In creating a checklist, therefore, as Amendment 2 seeks to do on the face of the bill, we would make it very easy for criminal gangs and others to develop initiation tests. And it will certainly be the case that some criminals, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in seeking to demonstrate that they are not a covert human intelligence source, will go away and do what is asked of them, and perhaps even commit a rape or other serious offence in order to demonstrate their loyalty to the cause and prove, as it were, that they are not a CHIS, a covert source. And those who don't will instead risk the consequences of being wrongly being thought to be a source. Of course, this does not mean that if a covert human intelligence source were asked to commit any crime as part of an initiation process, then they could do so, not least because the Human Rights Act and the test of necessity and proportionality already provide limits. It isn't as if there are no limits, effectively. The Human Rights Act and the test of necessity and proportionality provide those limits. It is simply that we need to avoid presenting criminal gangs, with a means to test those people they suspect are agents. The consequence of presenting such a checklist would be felt ultimately by the public, because this tactic will not be able to be deployed to the same degree, and as a consequence there would be more successful crimes, successful terrorist attacks and serious crimes committed. Now, moving to Amendment 3, this seeks to confirm that a person who at present is able to access the Criminal Injuries Compensation Scheme will be unaffected in their ability to access that scheme because of this bill. But as I've just outlined, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's dangerous to get into a discussion of the limits of conduct of our operational sources and those that can be authorised. But I will say that in practice, the operation of the criminal injuries compensation scheme is unaffected by this bill. The amendment, therefore, Amendment 3, is unnecessary. Amendment 4 deals with the safeguards in place for the rare occasions where a juvenile is authorised to participate in criminal conduct. It also deals, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with the authorisation of vulnerable adults. Now, I recognise that this is an important and emotive issue. None of us like to contemplate a juvenile being involved in criminal activity. And I understand the honourable motivation behind the concerns. I respect them, and no doubt it is motivated by a desire to protect young people. And Her Majesty's government also has that motivation. And let me start by saying that this bill does not seek to give public authorities new powers to authorise juveniles as covert human intelligence sources. What the bill does is simply create a clear and a consistent legal basis for the authorisation of a covert human intelligence source to participate in criminal conduct, where that is necessary and proportionate. The bill also introduces increased safeguards from those which existed before, such as the requirement for all authorisations to be notified to the independent commissioner, the Investigatory Powers Commissioner, in close to real time. I will give way.
From juveniles, and is correct, is that this bill isn't giving authorisation to allow CHIS, because it happens already under the... But under the CHIS Code of Practice, I think is also legally enforceable under the Regulatory and Investigatory Powers Juvenile Act Order of 2000. Wouldn't it help in terms of some of the concerns that people have rightly got about this by putting that on the face of the bill?
Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman makes a perfectly reasonable point, as he very often does, if I may say so. The issue with putting the code of conduct on the face of the bill is, in part, the code of conduct is hundreds of pages, I think I'm right in saying. There are also issues of precedent in terms of codes of practice and codes of conduct elsewhere. But I will give very careful consideration to what he says, and I will hope to come back to that if I may. Juveniles, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are only authorised as CHIS, covert intelligence sources, in exceptional circumstances. There are significant additional safeguards in place for these authorisations, and these include authorisation that has to be given by a more senior authority, more senior level officer, an enhanced risk assessment process, a shorter authorisation period. The authorisation period will only be 4 months, and reviews of that authorisation will have to take place at least monthly. So there's several safeguards that will be in place over and above in respect of juveniles. And there's also a requirement that there be an appropriate adult be present in any discussions between the handlers and a young person under the age of 16 years of age, and a rebuttable presumption that this is the case for 16 and 17-year-olds. And let me be clear on this point. The presumption is that an appropriate adult will be in place for meetings with a 16 and 17-year-old. That is the default position, if I can put it that way. If the public authority deems it is necessary to derogate from this position, the rationale detailing the reasons why should be then documented, and then they can be considered by the Commissioner, the Investigatory Powers Commissioner. And the Investigatory Powers Commissioner, Mr. Deputy Speaker, confirmed that in practice, juveniles are not actually tasked to participate in criminality that they are not already involved in. and I will give way.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Forgive me, slip of the tongue.
As always.
Forgive me.
Be very
I'm on my knees. Having actually done this sort of thing, albeit in a relatively minor way, I just want to clarify one thing. Often information was given to people who were doing this kind of work in the field by juveniles. Now that does not make that juvenile a source, or does not make that information can still obviously be passed on, but clearly the juvenile, there are restrictions on actually using that juvenile in the future. But the information given by a juvenile certainly must not be stopped.
Well, not for the first time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend makes a very powerful point by dint of his experience in these matters. And I'm actually, if I may, I'm going to give an example which he might find interesting on the exact point that he raises. But before I do that, I just wanted to say that the Investigatory Powers Commissioner did say that when he looked at this, that in practice, juveniles are not actually tasked to participate in criminality that they're not already involved in. And he also noted that decisions to authorise were only made when this was in the best option for breaking the cycle of crime and danger for the young person involved. And if I may, I will give an example to demonstrate how authorisations for juvenile covert human intelligence sources are managed in reality by the police. And this example can also be found in the IPC's most recent annual report. In one case, a juvenile was carrying out activity on behalf of the County Lines Gang, a drug supply group. The juvenile owed money to the gang. He or she approached the police wishing to provide information. A referral under the Modern Slavery Act was then made by the police, and a care plan was drawn up with children's services, including relocating the juvenile and finding that juvenile a training course. Once that had been done, as an authorised CHIS, the juvenile was able to provide intelligence to the police regarding that county line crime group. And I think that is a particularly instructive example of the sort of circumstances in which that can apply. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Amendment 4 seeks to add further safeguards for the authorisation of juveniles and vulnerable adults when they're granted a CCA, a Criminal Conduct Authority. Now, while the government recognises the spirit of these amendments, Amendment 4, as drafted, creates operational issues. For example, the amendment defines exceptional circumstances, and I quote, as where all other methods to gain information have been exhausted, end quote. Now, that requirement has a tendency to risk the workability of the power and, crucially, the safety of the juvenile, because there may actually be occasions in the cut and thrust of these things where there are actually other ways to gain the information, but it's just that those other ways may not be the safest way to extricate the juvenile from the situation that he or she finds himself in, and to lead to the best outcome for the juvenile involved. So the words on the amendment are too prescriptive and create operational and workability issues. Similarly, the requirement for an appropriate adult to be present in all meetings with all vulnerable adults, now that risks unintended consequences. The definition of a vulnerable individual actually in our legislation in this country is deliberately quite broad to ensure the additional safeguards apply to a wide group of people. And let me confirm that it includes victims of modern slavery. It is not clear, though, for example, who could be approached to be an appropriate adult for all vulnerable individuals. Bearing in mind that I know the House will want to do the duty of care that a public authority, the police or any other public authority, has to protect the identity of the CHIS, the covert source. And the fact that these individuals may not have a parent or guardian or other person who is responsible for their welfare. So widening the number of people aware that a person is actually a covert human intelligence source is undesirable, to say the least, and it increases the risk of disclosure of their identity. However, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the government is listening. I am listening. The government is continuing to listen to the views of Parliament on this issue. I thank in particular the Member of Parliament for Walthamstow for her detailed engagement on this issue and colleagues behind me. The government recognises and agrees with the spirit of the amendments, understands the motivation behind them. I commit to continuing to work with parliamentarians in advance of the bill returning to the other place. Her Majesty's government is willing to provide further additional safeguards for the authorisation of any juvenile or vulnerable adult, for that matter. But members of this Honourable House will, I hope, agree that in doing so, we need to get the right balance. We have to have the right balance to ensure that the result of some of the terminology here does not unwittingly create an unintended consequence for the safety of the covert human intelligence source, or, for that matter, the operational workability of this very important tactic. Now, Amendment 5, Mr. Deputy Speaker, adds further independent oversight to the authorisation process. Both this House and the other place considered and voted on the issue of prior judicial approval. Both houses voted against that, recognising the operational challenge that would have created. The government does recognise the need for confidence, though, as to the oversight process for this important power. However, that is something that the government does recognise, and as such, supported amendments by the noble Lord, the Lord Anderson of Ipswich, in the other place, which requires all authorisations to be notified to the Investigatory Powers Commissioner as soon as reasonably practicable and within 7 days. This will provide the IPC with real-time oversight of every authorisation. So the government is bringing back an amendment in lieu of Amendment 5, which retains the notification process, but it removes the power of the Commissioner to cancel an authorisation and stop activity. The cancellation amendment to Amendment 5 brought forward in the House of Lords rendered the notification process unworkable. While the House should be under no doubt as to the seriousness with which public authorities hold the views of the IPC and the strong collaborative nature of their interactions to resolve any issues, it has to be, and it is, the authorising officer who is best placed to consider not only the necessity and the proportionality of an authorisation, but also the live operational environment and the safety of that covert human source. It has to be the authorising officer who has that responsibility. And in the extremely rare occasions where a judicial commissioner may find issue with an authorisation, the public authority will consult with the commissioner and may indeed stop or not commence the activity that they plan to commence. However, this should not be at the expense of the safety of the covert human intelligence source. We think, therefore, that the existing process of close collaboration to agree a way to resolve outstanding issues is the right approach. The remaining, just concluding, yes, I'll give way.
What the Minister has said, but would that information be contained in the annual report of the Investigative Powers Commissioner?
Well, I can't speak. It's a perfectly reasonable question. I can't speak to what might feature in the report of the Commissioner. There has been a clear indication from looking at previous reports that he has been as full and frank in his reports as one might expect in the circumstances. I think that's all I can say about what might feature in his reports going forward. But the remaining amendments, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are either consequential to those discussed, or they carve out devolved activity in Scotland. Now, the government has engaged extensively with the Scottish Government on this legislation and is disappointed that it's had to bring forward these amendments, but does so in respect of the Sewell Convention. The Scottish Government were unwilling to recommend legislative consent, despite movement from the government on several issues, as they are requiring express limits on the face of the bill. As I have mentioned, the government's approach to this is driven solely by the advice that we are getting from our operational partners, the people at the coalface, the brave men and women who are doing this job. And I note that this is operational partners from all parts of this kingdom who have advised of the risks to covert human intelligence sources and to the general public of this approach. So it will now be for the Scottish Government to bring forward their own legislation if they wish to place devolved activity on an express statutory basis. I hope and expect that, like the government, they strongly follow the advice of their operational partners to ensure that all parts of the United Kingdom retain access to a workable form of this vital tactic. I will give way.
I agree with the Minister on this point, but could you just clarify whether or not the non-adoption in Scotland of this will actually affect the operational impact on, for example, MI5? Because I understand that is a national jurisdiction, not controlled by Scotland.
Well, what I can say is that the Scottish Government will need to bring forward their own legislation if they wish to place devolved activity on an express statutory basis. And I hope I have outlined, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in quite some detail, I think, the issues and amendments the House needs to consider today. The Government has shown a willingness to compromise on this bill where that helps reassure Parliament, but only where that does not threaten the operation of this critical tool which prevents crime and saves lives.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1, and it may be for the convenience of the House for me to say that initially I will not be putting a time limit on backbench contributions, but if members could be concise, that would be welcome. Conor McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Solicitor General, but I'm sure he'll understand when I say I would much prefer to have been following the Security Minister, the member for Old Bexley and Sidcup, and we wish him well, and I want to thank him for his engagement with me and the Shadow Home Secretary on the progress of this bill throughout its passage. I'm grateful, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to colleagues in the other place who have shown their customary high standards of diligence and ensured this bill contains some robust and vital checks, and I think it returns to us in substantially better shape than when it left us. As I have said throughout this bill's passage, my right honourable and learned friend, the member for Holborn and St Pancras, has made clear that security is a top priority for the Labour Party, and under his leadership and that of the Shadow Home Secretary, the honourable member for Torvine, we will support a robust policy in fighting terrorism and crime in all its forms. We consider it our first responsibility to keep this country, its citizens and our communities safe, and we are of course grateful to those in the police, the security services and wider law enforcement who put their own safety and lives at risk to protect us, and we will meet our duty to support them. Because it is the responsibility of those of us who are in this place to ensure there is a system in place which allows our law enforcement to uncover, disrupt and ultimately bring to justice illegal and dangerous activity which threatens the safety and security of the British people. The Solicitor General reminded us of the sobering context in which we have this debate, given the number of terror plots that have been disrupted, and the latest figures show in the last year alone, covert human intelligence sources filed 30 threats to life. So it's right that we put, finally, on a statutory footing the activity of those working to disrupt some of the most vile crimes imaginable. But it's also vital that through this process, in creating such a statutory framework for the operation of CHIS, that we have sought to ensure there are formal checks, balances and safeguards which ensure the bill is fair and protects those who are working under its jurisdiction, as well as innocent parties who might be affected by the activity.